onion, palm oil, ice cream.
I need a lot of money.
When you
I
can
want $1
save
billion.
plenty, why pass it around? Don't get stranded. Get instant airtime with GT Bank Quick Airtime and Data Loan. Terms and conditions apply.
Hello, my name is Dua, and today we are on the streets of Lagos to find out how much people really know about pension. Now, are people really planning for the future, or is retirement the last thing on their mind? When you hear the word pension, what comes to your mind?
My mind is retirement savings. Basically, retirement plan. Pension is all about money for my future. Pension is a retirement benefit.
Have you heard of personal pension?
I do. I've heard of it, but I don't use it.
Yes, I have.
Personal pension plan.
At what age do you need to start planning for retirement?
I think from 40.
It don't depend on any age. When you start working, you start working.
How much money do you think you need to have?
Autism is not a tragedy, ignorance is. My name is Eferele, and today we are at the Johnson Jakande Tinubu Park, Ikeja, Lagos, to talk about autism, a condition that affects how people interact and communicate with the world around them. Let's go
If you are able
talk
to
to
save
people.
like 1 million, then
Can you please educate me a little bit what you know about autism?
Ooh, educate. Okay, I think I know autism to be a medical condition.
It's a condition that
Do
affects
you
the
have a
behavior
retirement plan?
and social skills of a child.
I've heard about it closely because I'm a sibling to someone that has autism.
It's a great way for us to understand that it's not enough to say people are just people.
If you're to hire someone who is on the spectrum, would you hire that person, and what would you do to make the working environment more conducive for such a person?
Okay, yes, definitely I would hire such person.
The first thing is to understand what they are dealing with. If you meet one person with autism, you've met one person with autism. It's not all uniform.
People with autism work very good routine, so I can't just bring something up like, oh, I'm having this. I have to prep them first.
I might have a corner of the office that is not so bright, so that person, maybe the corner where that person is actually gets to stay might not be so bright, so that person might tolerate, yes, that environment better.
Do you think that the society that we live in is inclusive enough for people living with autism?
no, I don't think so. When you meet people that has disorders, I feel that you need to accommodate them, understand them, don't push them away. You can see people and you can understand that they are going through something. So just come with emotion. I think we can just continue to do more with advocacy.
Can you please complete this sentence for me? Autism is
finding different ways of expression. Autism is a way of understanding people around you.
A beautiful reminder of what it means to be human.
Thank you so much for coming on this important journey with us. Today we learned, we listened, and we opened up conversations that matter. Autism is not a one-size-fits-all experience. And to understand that, we need to ask questions and be open to answers. Keep learning, keep growing, and keep filling the world with empathy. Thank you so much. My name is Efe Irele. Bye.
Hello, Auntie Blessing. I beg let me send
Your call credit has been exhausted.
Where this girl, sir? Carol? Go to Auntie Blessing. Tell her to give you sense leave. Uziza, Uda, Heuru. Fresh ones though.
Uda, Uru, Uzu, Uziza, Uda.
Give me palm oil there.
palm oil.
So what
with
is sex
fish.
injurious? What does that mean?
With
So
fish.
some children, they hit their heads to the
Eh,
wall,
where is this
and
girl now?
that
Where's
they
Carol?
caught that child.
Madam,
That is a form of steaming.
why don't you just
But
use quick
is
airtime
it
loan from GT
great,
Bank?
or is it
Dial
beneficial
star
to the
727
individual?
star 90
No,
hash.
it's not. So it's
It's
something you would
instant.
want
Really?
to work on to ensure that individual is safe.
The word is AAC. It's an augmentative communication device. It's a device is similar to an iPad. What that does is that it helps the child who are mostly non-verbal or who have some verbals, and it helps them communicate. This device is an alternative for children who are not verbal or children who have some verbal words but don't have
When you can
enough
say it
to
clearly,
express themselves.
why pass it around?
Specialist interest.
Don't get
So a lot of
stranded.
autistic
Get
people have
instant
a range
airtime
of specialist
with GT
interests.
Bank quick
This can
airtime
include
and
things
data
such as
loan.
train,
Terms and conditions
cars,
apply.
buses, art, painting, you name it. Anything that you are interested in, you will find an autistic person that also shares that interest. The unique and special thing about people with autism is that they can solely focus on just that one thing for a sustained period of time, which really allows them to be able to develop that skill, to become experts in those things, and to be able to thrive. So often we try to stop children from engaging in their specialist interests because we think they're stimming or they're doing something inappropriate. They're just exploring their world. Let them be.
Only a mother knows how miracles happen, how the spark of an idea becomes a heartbeat, how a universe is formed in the quiet of her womb. Only a mother knows how to house a galaxy in her body, how to speak its light into existence.
So that person might tolerate, yes, that environment better.
Do you think that the society that we live in is inclusive enough for people living with autism?
No, I don't think so. When you meet people that has disorders, I feel that you need to accommodate them, understand them. Don't push them away.
You can see people and you can understand that they are going through something. So just come with emotion. I think we can just continue to do more with advocacy. Can you?
To create awareness, because we felt as if there were too many families and there were too many people who lived in denial about having speak from what I know and what I see. And so maybe the clinics will teach us that acceptance is easier than I think, but honestly, I really don't think it is. And that for me, after awareness, I would have thought that learning how to cope and learning how to live with people on the spectrum is the next thing we have to deal with. It really is not that easy. As much as we love this topic and we want to make life easier for people, the reality is there will be a lot of people who can't work in Guaranty Trust who are on the spectrum, just because it will be too difficult for them and it will be too difficult for the organization. There would be some people who can. And so what we have to do, in my own opinion, is first learn how to live with people who are on the spectrum, how to cope with people who are on the spectrum. Ours is a journey that we're committed to. And we've done this for 16 years, and I'm confident that after me, this journey will continue. But when I reflect on the reality, it's a journey without a destination, really. Because when I reflect, I really do not see the destination. Because destination, our lifetimes will get to the destination, but the reality is, as a layman, what I see is a journey and not a destination. We truly cannot claim to be experts. I cannot claim to stand here and tell you what you feel as people who have relatives, children, adults living with the spectrum. That would be really, I don't know, I'd be lying to you if I said to you I could ever get to the depth of your own feelings and what you feel. However, all we can do is try to make the journey a little easier for you, try to help you cope, try to educate you, try to help you deal with it. So I'm hoping that over the next 2 days, we will in our own little way make this journey a little easier for you. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, one more time, the Group CEO, GTCO, Mr. Segun Agbaje. Good morning, Lagos. I can't hear you. I can't hear you louder. Good morning, Lagos. Can we just put our hands together one more time for the Group CEO of GTCO, the #1 champion and shepherd of this cause. He repeated it several times that he's not an expert, but he definitely has expert insight on autism and his thoughts on inclusion, acceptance, and what's required to transform society's response to how we cater to those on the spectrum, I think is really excellent. So can we just celebrate GTCO, its leadership? We'd like to also recognize the Managing Director of GT Bank, Mrs. Miriam Olusonya. Can we celebrate her? We also have the Deputy Managing Director of GT Bank here, Jide Okuntola, with us. We greet you, sir. Our introduction was done by no one other than the Chief Communication Officer for GTCO, Onyade Adegite. We celebrate her as well. As Onyade did, we'd like to welcome everyone and thank you for accepting our invitation to the 16th. I think we need to celebrate that one more time. And just the commitment of GTCO to this. But my job is very simple before we move on. We have the experts here with us. If you've been attending this conference, you know some of these individuals. They are superstars in their own right, and they've flown from different parts of the world to engage with us for the next 2 days. I'm going to call them up, do a roll call, and I need you to jam your hands and really celebrate them. In no particular order, first, Camille Proctor, ladies and gentlemen, internationally recognized autism advocate, founder of Call of Autism Foundation. We've got Lanre Duyile, President, CEO of Behavior Prize Consulting Incorporated. Sholakwe Azazi, Autism Advocate, Inclusion Strategist. Ade Otubanjo, New York-based speech pathologist. Tomi Agbola Odeleye, Lead Speech and Language Therapist. Remy Olutimai, Pioneering Voice Actor, Director, and Autism Advocate. Afiz Abdulrazak, Autism Scholar, Educator, Doctoral Candidate. Osezusi Boladeoku, Educational Psychologist and International Behavior Analyst. You're doing amazing with that applause. Thank you. Dr. Bernadette Kilo. Why are you giving special applause to Dr. Bernadette? I don't like this partiality. Dr. Bernadette Kilo, Cameroonian-born physician, Ross University School of Medicine graduate. Benedict Osama, consultant, clinical psychologist. Dr. Abiola Taiwo, licensed clinical psychologist. Whitney Hamo Annie, I haven't seen Whitney in about 2 or 3 years. Board certified international behavior analyst. Lola Dada Oli, attorney, disability inclusion advocate. Dr. Torika Exume, psychologist and behavior analyst. Damilola Koka, founder and clinical director. Dr. Eziafa Kaku Nwokolo, Nigeria's only resident board certified behavior analyst. I hope that's true, Dr. Nwokolo. Cynthia Adana Ebonine, educator, diversity and inclusion consultant. And last and certainly not least, Dr. Noimot Balogun, public health professional, design thinking strategist. We'd like to call on the group CEO, the managing director, and the deputy managing director to join our experts for this photograph. Ladies and gentlemen, one more loud applause. can stretch so the podium doesn't block you. Let's just, one step to the side. Fantastic. Well, ladies and gentlemen, it's an honor to be your MC again. My name is Oluwaseun P. On behalf of GTCO, one more time, welcome to this conference. It's a real honor and delight for me personally to be here again. This is probably, I've lost count now, maybe my 6th or 7th conference, and it's a special delight. Onyade, I want you to join the rest of the GTCO. Yeah, it's a special delight to be doing this again. Our experts will take on different topics. But if you've been here more than once, can I see your hand? So this is family. Okay, you know what? Just before we have the play, can you find 16 people to give a high five and tell them welcome? 16, let's do that. Quickly, just before the play. 16 people, give them a high five, give them a hug, tell them welcome to the 16th annual Autism Conference. Thank you so much. This is our annual watering hole. We share a lot of very important knowledge. We, caregivers, educators, healthcare practitioners, families, parents, we come together every year to inspire each other. This work of catering to those who are on the spectrum is sometimes a thankless job, but it's also a sacred duty. And every year when we come together like this, we are inspiring each other to continue the great work that we do. So I want you to celebrate yourself for the great work that you do in your family, in your community, in the schools, the workplaces and public spaces where you have influence. Thank you. Without further ado, and talking about inspiration, we'll typically start every conference. And this presentation is brought to you by Corporate Dance World. Can we have the house lights off, please? Thank you. Don't worry, you enjoy the play. They're making you wait because it'll be very sweet. All right, so we're just going to get the house light turned off. Ensure sound is 100%, and then we'll kick off.
Autism is not a tragedy, ignorance is. My name is Eferele, and today we are at the Johnson Jakande Tinubu Park, Ikeja, Lagos, to talk about autism, a condition that affects how people interact and communicate with the world around them. Let's go talk to people.
What do you know about the spaces that formed you? About the home, workplace, or public space that calls you by name, picks you by position, and determines the disposition of those around you? You see, here, there is a chair where most of us can sit. But in situations like this, it stays empty. Not because of what we do not know, but because our minds refuse to grow beyond the limits we often assume. Because our hearts refuse to make room. But if you will welcome the ones who walk through this world a little differently, then you will listen and watch intently and see that this is more than just a show. It is a shift, and you are welcome to let it change you. Let it change you. Let it change you.
You stumble through your days, got got your head hung low, your sky's a shade of gray, like a zombie in a maze. You're asleep inside, but you can shake awake, 'cause you're just a dead man walking, thinking that's your only option. But you can flip the switch and brighten up your darkest day. The sun is up and the color's blinding. Take a world and redefine it. Leave behind your narrow mind, you'll never be the same. Come alive, come alive. Go and light your light, let it burn so bright. Reaching up to the sky, and it's open wide. You're electrified. The world becomes a fantasy, and you're more than you could ever be, 'cause you're dreaming with your eyes wide open. And you know you can't go back again to the world that you were living in, 'cause you're dreaming with your eyes wide open. So come alive. I see it in your eyes. You believe that lie, that you need to hide your face, afraid to step outside, so you lock the door. But don't you stay that way. No more living in no shadows. You and me, we know how that goes. 'Cause once you see it, oh, you'll never, never be the same. Little bit of life is shining, bottle up to keep on shining. You can prove there's more to you. You cannot be afraid.
Is not a regular story, with some regular beginning, middle, and end. This is the story of my brilliant friend, Amara.
Chalugo. I'm running late. My darling daughter, how are you? Amara, say hi to Daddy. Not again. Not again. Every day. Same thing. No good morning. No smile. Nothing at all. Every time. Tap, tap, tap. Amara, let me tell you something. The world won't be patient with you. The world won't wait for you to understand you. They won't stop to understand your silence. Babe. Machalu. beautiful daughter.
Mommy, yes.
Mommy,
I am your mother. Your mother.
Nanyam, even if the world does not adjust for you, I am your father. We will be patient with you.
Think I found the love of my life. She's the answer to my question. My real Eldorado. You are my good luck charm. Wherever I go, I'll come back to your arms. I no more shop outside, I no more sleep outside till I come home. Back to your smile. Oh yeah, Bami Joe. Till I come home, back to your smile.
I might be your mother at home, and I'm also your teacher in school. Oh, babe, hold on, you have to drop us. Don't worry, Omar. Just take your school bag, okay? Where's my bag?
Love it when she, Jason Derulo. Love it when she,
She got a vibe, mi chico. Dance all night, mi chico. Eyes on me, mi chico. Midnight, here we go, chico.
She got that vibe,
Mi chico.
dance all night.
Chico.
Love it when she call, Chico.
Midnight, here we go, chico.
And what the hell is going on
You the
here?
only reason that the city girls up right now. Mind all your money, you ain't thinking about love right
Good morning. We are happy to see you, ma. God bless you, ma. Amen, ma.
Good morning to you too. Have your seats. Well, I can see you all are hyped this morning to be making noise in my class. Well, that is actually good because you'll be needing that energy. Today we'll be working on something different. Every single one of you will be working in groups. And each group, I am talking.
Sorry, ma.
Each group will have to come up with something creative that would better our community. Am I communicating?
Yes, ma.
You have 2 minutes. Tie yourself in groups.
So, Amarachi, I'm thinking that we can work on this project where we can just design something that. What is it? Amarachi, sorry. It's a group project. We're meant to work together. Okay, I think if we're working on the project, we can do something like better the society, right? So she said if we actually should work with Amarachi because she's really. That's the best way for us to go. Swing like the pendulum. Friends will come, friends will go. that my change will come, and the world will sing my song. I see the rising sun, and all the lights will shine on me. Do you know? Do you know what silence sounds like? It sounds like watching everyone else be chosen while pretending you didn't want to be picked anyway.
It sounds like silence and smiling, so no one notices that your heart just broke.
I hear everything, every whisper, every laugh, don't pick her. She's weird. And every cheer that quietly says, not here. And do you know the hardest part? It isn't the empty chair. It is wondering if I am the reason why the chair is empty. Maybe if I smelled different.
Maybe if I looked differently.
Maybe if my brain can understand your language, you can at least learn my name.
But then
I
remember that I was never made to become someone else just to deserve kindness. So maybe the problem was never me. And if you've ever walked into a room and felt too different, too quiet, too slow,
too much, too loud,
or somehow never enough,
then
pull up a chair, sit beside me, because
I'm still here,
still worthy,
still enough, even when no one else chooses me.
Nobody sat there. Amarachi, you guys come and look at this. This is so beautiful. She worked on his school.
Wait, oh. Mama, this thing is fine, oh. Yeah? Let's see now. It's fine, oh.
Acceptance isn't charity or sympathy. It doesn't just say who you. It says you matter too much to allow an empty space remain. Acceptance teaches us to listen differently, to learn differently, and most of all, to love differently. Because different is not less.
Amara the artist, 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 Amara the artist.
really beautiful. Mr. Aki has really been on our necks. that your one day? Did you go for it? You did? Yes. Good morning. Good morning. Very beautiful. How are you? Welcome to work. Doesn't even talk to us at all. She's not. Yeah, she'll say my work speaks better for me. Nonsense work is that? Who is this?
Funny.
Shoo. Rubbish. My friend. Beggy. What nonsense your portfolio is that? You started though.
Cynthia.
I don't understand,
What
Seth.
side are you on? Side now, girl.
But you're hyping her up now. If go and be her friend then.
Give me the pen.
Give me my files. Please sign, let's leave.
Relax now.
Please, I don't want to hear it.
And she has not gotten work since all
Can you
this
imagine? I'm even trying to help her in this company. Charity.
So let's take it, let's wait for this place.
Just you guys, relax
Can you
now.
imagine? I don't even understand Cynthia these days. Can you imagine?
Good morning, sir.
How are you doing today?
Fine, thank you.
Are you weekend?
Fine, thank you.
Oh, good. Sorry. What was that all about?
Nothing, sir, nothing.
Are you sure?
Yes.
Okay. So, has the files from Cisco for my students, alright?
Yes, sir, they're ready.
Oh, yeah. Bring them to office. Good morning, guys.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning, guys.
Good morning, sir.
Mary. Jennifer. Now listen. This fresh doesn't mean let's get to a place to pronounce. Is that clear, Jennifer?
I got bills I gotta pay, so I'm gonna work every day. I got mouths I gotta feed, so I'm gonna make sure everybody eats. I got bring it by the trumpet. In my shoes, I said my shoes ain't got no soul.
What is going on here?
So I'm gonna work every day. I got mouths I gotta feed.
Why are you people dancing? Eh? Mary, please can you tell me why you people are dancing? You are looking at me. We just lost a major contract with Cisco and you are jubilating. Mr. Bello, you are dancing. Now listen, before the end of work today, I need a design that can get us back that contract. If not, Mary, what is that your name again? Zach, Cynthia, Amara, Zach, Janitor, Stack. You are looking at me. Zach, Mr. Bello, the MD. I need him in my office. Now! What is good about the day? Sit down. Mr.
Yes, sir.
Wow, this is excellent. So how do you go about this?
Okay, so for every team project, I make sure that I create a substitute design just in case of moments like this. But I think this will work for Cisco.
Wow, wow, wow. Surely it will work. It will work. Mr. Bello.
Yes, sir.
It will work.
Yes, I'm setting it.
This is excellent. Nice.
Thank you, sir.
Nice one.
Very good.
Nice one.
Thank you, sir.
Great.
Wait for
Yeah.
So what if we...
What happens when you embrace a different mind? You will find a kind of unraveling, a letting go of the old way in exchange for something new, something true, a scene that hides between the lines. And it is only at these times that you can see the full spectrum of possibility. And when I think of possibility, I think of me and you, allowing compassion pull us through the roughest of tides to meet the hope that resides on the other side of inclusion. I don't mean to disrupt your delusion, but if it is a beautiful society that you hope to build, then you must yield your beliefs of what beauty is allowed to look like, beyond what you see on a screen or read in a book. And so I ask, who is the Amarachi that you have overlooked? And what could happen if you took a chance on her? If you were the friend indeed, who took note of her needs so she would no longer be the weak link. Think, a company on the brink of losing its biggest contract was brought back by her brilliance. I don't need to tell you how the acceptance of yesterday can bring beauty in the now. Instead, I'll let you see how this story ends. Because today, many years later, the boardroom meets again.
Mr. Bello. Good morning. Good morning. So let's begin. But firstly, thank you all members of the board for believing and investing in Nexus infrastructure. And also, I would love to announce to you that Cisco has finally approved our proposals.
Wow!
Yes. Hold on. And it's a multi-million-dollar deal.
Wonderful!
Yes.
Such great news! I mean, it is my pleasure, and I want to believe I speak on behalf of everyone when I say we believe in Nexus infrastructure and design. The more reason I decided to invest in this company, and from what I have gathered, this is actually the biggest project this company has ever secured. Very
yes.
correct.
And it all started with one design, one idea, and one person. Cynthia, please, can you help me call Miss Amarachi?
Yes, sir.
You know, 2 years ago, she reminded us that innovation is not about thinking the same. No, the same strategy, the same solution. No, it's about thinking differently.
When others question our silence and communication, our work spoke louder than words.
Yes. Yes. Here is our champion, Miss Amarachi Okafor. On behalf of the board, it is my pleasure to appoint you as the new head of design and innovation.
Congratulations.
Yes. You can all sit down.
Well done.
You can all sit down.
Congratulations, Amara.
Mr. Bello. Ladies and gentlemen, acceptance is not charity. Acceptance is an investment. And today, that investment has made, or better still, has changed our company forever.
Yes.
Hold on. Let me have this. Can you help me? Miss Amarachi, our new head of design and innovation.
Congratulations. Very deserved. Well deserved.
Can I have a seat?
Is more than just taking your place. It means creating a space. Acceptance is what happens when a society finally listens. And it looks like this. Amarachi Okafor is seated in her place, knows that this chair will never be empty again.
Jesus.
Come alive, go and light your light, let it burn so bright, reaching up to the sky, and it's open wide, you're electrified, and the world becomes a fantasy, and you're more than you could ever be, cause you're dreaming with your eyes wide open. And you know you can't go back again to the world that
We were living it, dreaming with your eyes wide open. So come alive. I see it in your eyes.
you believe that lie, that you need to hide your face.
Afraid to step outside.
So you lock the door.
But don't you stay that way.
Shadows, you and me, we don't have battles. Cause once you see it, oh,
You'll never, never be the same. come alive because I'm fancy. With your wide eyes open. Woo! Dreaming with your wide eyes open. The world become a fantasy. So dreaming with your eyes wide open. No, you can go back again to the world that you were living in. Dreaming with your wide eyes open. Dreaming with your eyes wide open. So come on, we told you this was more than just a story. And we hope that you have let it change you.
Ladies and gentlemen, that was amazing. Make some noise for Corporate Dance World. I thought that was really beautiful. I think we can put our hands together one more time. We are especially delighted to have with us Her Excellency, the First Lady of Ogun State, Mrs. Bamidele Abiodun. Can we celebrate her? Thank you so much, ma'am, for accepting our invitation and coming to spend the time with us. That was a really beautiful play and a lot to derive from it. I love when she said, you must yield your beliefs of what beauty is allowed to look like. I think you should say that to your neighbor. Say that to your neighbor. Yield your beliefs of what beauty is allowed to look like. You know, and then the question is, what will happen if we take a chance on those who are beautifully different? And then they said, acceptance is not charity. Acceptance is an investment. And you today in this room are making that investment to make room and make environment for those who are beautifully different. As you walk into the building, the compound, there's a poster on the wall that says, Autism Speaks. Now is always a good time to listen. Another one said, unique wiring, same humanity. Can we just celebrate that same humanity and the unique wiring of all those on the spectrum? Okay, now we're getting into the serious stuff. We had to beg them to turn off the lights. Now we'll beg them to turn it on. So please, can someone beg them to turn it on so that those in favor of the lights staying off, say aye. Who's that person? We need to check. All right, who's excited for today? Who's excited for today? If you're excited, make some noise. Okay, by the way, if you haven't registered, there's a barcode. At some point, we'll have that barcode on the screen. We didn't want to keep you outside in the fantastic. Everybody say up NEPA. All right, so we have a barcode. If you haven't registered, please register. It's very important because you know we'll give you certificates after the conference. So if you haven't registered, you won't get your certificate. So please, anytime you see that barcode on the screen, just scan the barcode and register. We also have a pledge wall at the back. So at some point during lunch, you would find blank cards. You can make a pledge and put the pledge in that card. If there are any other announcements or things to note, I will let you know. All right, we're getting right into our first session. And it will look at autism spectrum disorder, it will look at bridging the gap between today's reality and tomorrow's promise for autism acceptance. And the speaker is Dr. Bernadette Kilo. I'm just going to read her bio before I bring her up. Dr. Bernadette Kilo is a Cameroonian-born physician and Ross University School of Medicine graduate with extensive clinical and personal experience in autism spectrum disorder. She serves as the developmental pediatrics autism spectrum disorder clinical consultant and autism subject matter expert for the Southeast Permanent Medical Group in Atlanta. Ladies and gentlemen, with a warm round of applause, please welcome Dr. Bernadette Kilo as she discusses autism spectrum disorder, bridging the gap between today's reality and tomorrow's promise for autism acceptance. One more time for Dr. Kilo.
Testing. Good morning, good morning, good morning. Nigeria, it is always a pleasure to be back. I hope we're all ready. It's that time of the year when we meet again, not only to learn from each other, but we meet again to not only share insight, but to sow seeds of hope in each other for a cause that is so important to all of us here today. Today, I will be speaking on how we plan on bridging the gap between today's realities and tomorrow's acceptance for autism. Now, who is this talk for? Before I go into who the talk is for, I wanted to share something with you. The word for me today, and what I want to share with you all, is alignment. The reason I say alignment is because when I saw the theme for this year, which is acceptance, was the moment for me. You see, acceptance happens to be one of the 3 pillars in something I call the 3 A's framework. It is acknowledge, accept, and act. And acceptance happens to be one of those pillars. By the way, the true name of that 3A is actually the Kilo 3A framework. And so this talk is for anyone whose life has been touched by autism spectrum disorder. For our parents who, on a daily basis, wake up to find whatever way or means it will take to support their loved ones. I salute your bravery. See, your presence here today speaks a lot about the bravery that you exemplify on a daily basis. For the autistic children, the teenagers and adults, you continue to do the best you can to navigate a society and a community that was never designed for you. To the caregivers and family members who find ways to strengthen the support system, because it takes a community to build and form the autistic individual so they can achieve their full potential. To the teachers, therapists, healthcare professionals, and community leaders who constantly seek better understanding to try to make sure that they create safe spaces and environments for the autistic individual. And to our faith leaders, policy makers, employers, and advocates who work so hard to make sure that they are creating policies that are inclusive. Charity begins at home. For one or the community to accept an autistic individual, the home and the family must accept that individual. That is where the individual feels safest the most. And so you, parents, caregivers, accepting that child is the first step to what the community will look towards. So they're looking inward to you all. Accept the child, it is easier for them to face the rejection from outside. The strongest findings in autism research shows that acceptance in the house leads to lower rates of anxiety, lower rates of depression, and lower rates of emotional dysregulation and maladaptive behaviors, as well as less masking. What are some of the realities that we face, or parents face, in the homes? We hear things such as family members blame my poor mothers. They're always the scapegoats, right? So family members tend to blame the mothers. Relatives suggest some spiritual influence or divine misalignment. Siblings feel ignored and ashamed to accept that which is different right within their own homes. And you have parents who carry their grief all by themselves. They don't talk to anyone because it is taboo, it is stigma for us to talk about it. And the child ends up hiding, they withdraw because they feel like they're a burden. But this is what acceptance could look like and should look like only if the parents and caregivers are able to communicate to the child that no matter how their brain works, being different is okay. Learning about autism together as a family. Involve the other siblings. It is okay. It is best that a sibling know what is different about the other sibling. As a matter of fact, it builds better bonds. Celebrating small wins loudly makes a huge difference. A few words of wisdom for my parents. A child who is accepted at home can face any world. Your home is the first school of hope and acceptance. Your child did not choose autism, but you have a choice to see their gifts. Frustration is normal, don't get me wrong, but giving up is not an option. Talk to other parents. Please, can I repeat that? Talk to other parents. Shame grows in silence. However, community is medicine for isolation. You are not a bad parenting. Or you're not a bad parent. If anybody tells you that it has everything to do with your parenting skills, that is not accurate, okay? You're a brave one. And the simple fact that you came here is actually evidence of your bravery. And for those who are virtual, you are brave as well. Now let's move on to the educational scene and in schools. Every child deserves to learn in their own way. And I'll talk about a little bit what in their own way means. You see, when a child is in a classroom, the normal or the expected, let me put it that way for everybody to sit is to face the teacher. Is that correct? You're supposed to sit and face the class board. However, you have some children that maybe facing the class board is not the best way. Learning for them could mean that they have to sit in this direction, or they may have to stand up every now and then and maybe take a walk around that desk, take a walk on the side. That is a different way of learning. They can hear you, so you keep teaching to my educators who are in the house. There is a statistic in Nigeria. The guesstimate of children in Nigeria with autism spectrum disorder stands at 600,000 plus. That number is actually thought to be an underrepresentation. That is proof to us that autism spectrum disorder is not a rare condition. It is just unrecognized. The clinical study of autistic children in Calabar, Nigeria, shows that 36% of children with autism spectrum disorder are in mainstream classroom. The other 64% are either in special education or they're not in school at all. Those are way too many empty seats that are out there. How can we bridge this gap? Teachers need training, not fear. I want to stress the type of training we speak of. A lot of times, when we talk about training, we only think of training the teachers while they are already in the workforce. It is not too late, don't get me wrong. But the teaching I would like, the training I would like to talk about now for teachers is the training that is done while the teacher is still in professional school getting that degree to become a teacher. There should be things put in place in the curriculum for all teachers, because if we're speaking about inclusion, then the inclusive teacher should, at least in their curriculum, in the educational or in the school of education, should have some type of exposure to what inclusion could look like for the autistic child. What happens is you have these teachers who have long finished their degree, now are teaching students, now have to face the challenge, and they've never even heard this word autism. They've never even seen what an autistic child looks like. They've never even seen these behaviors. It poses a challenge for both parties. There is frustration across the board. Inclusion means that the child learns alongside their other peers, but with support. We just don't throw them in there and say, they'll be fine. I see that a lot of times, and I hear it from a lot of families in the diaspora who said, no. Where I work, they call it the motherland cure. When we have parents who take the children from the diaspora to bring them back home and say, no, we'll bring them back home, they will just change. That thing will disappear. Doesn't work like that. Special schools are not prisons. Neither are they daycare centers. You don't just take the child to go drop them off there. There is hope. These children can learn, and you have to teach them the way they can learn. These are just stepping stones. Special education is just a stepping stone for a child. Non-speaking children still learn through other means. You can give them pictures, you can give them signs, and there is also technology that they can use on a daily basis. What acceptance should look like in your school. And this is for the autistic individual who is sitting in this audience, whether you're a child, a youth, or an adult. You should be allowed to learn the way you learn. Different is different. It is not less, it is not bad, it is not right, or is it wrong? It is just different. That is what different is. You should be allowed to ask for quiet time when you feel overwhelmed. You should be allowed to seek sensory time or have sensory perform at optimal pace with any other task that you're going to take on. It's not a punishment. No one will feel that way. The United Nations explicitly recognizes education as a fundamental human right. Remember that. No child should ever be turned away from a school gate because of how their brain works. Believe it or not, many years ago, as many as in the 60s, there was a sign on the front gate of a school In French, it read, pas d'autiste, which in English means no autistic people. Autistic children were not allowed. No child should be turned away from any school in Nigeria because their brain works differently. In the healthcare system, the autistic individual should get dignified care without stigma and without any shortcuts. It is always a challenge to navigate the healthcare system when you have autism. The problem is most hospitals have no autism-specific trained staff. The doctors may dismiss the parents, dismiss symptoms, and may actually tell them that the child is either stubborn or they're possessed. These are things I have heard personally, not that I read it somewhere. What the doctor must know is that autistic patients feel pain totally differently. They express themselves differently. So if you have a patient who's autistic in your clinic, just because they're quiet, they're silent, and they're not expressing or communicating at that moment, verbally look for other signs around. They do communicate. For parents, please make sure you bring a written note to every doctor's appointment with you. Tell them about your child's triggers, okay? And tell the doctor what keeps your child calm. It's very important. Take that with you everywhere you go. And what change could look like? Sensory-friendly corners in every clinic. If you have people who have private clinics here, but I want to speak to teaching hospitals. The word teaching behind hospital matters. Your job is not only to train those who come through, but you have to teach the public as well. And so if you create some of these things, then no child in Nigeria should suffer in a hospital because they are autistic. This summer, I was able to take my son to the emergency room. He had stomach ache. If there are any doctors in the house, you should be familiar with this. That is the number pain scale. And then you have the face pain scale. This is commonly used in hospitals for the patient to be able to tell either the nurse or the clinician where their pain is. At that moment, my son is sitting in front of a nurse, and she asked the million-dollar question. On a scale of 0 to 10, 10 being the worst pain, what is your pain like today, Bradley? She looked at the nurse, he looked at the nurse, raised one eyebrow up. I knew he was a little bit confused. You see, my second son, he speaks in numbers. And so when he saw those numbers, he immediately thought, okay, this has to be a mathematical question. By the way, his nickname is the mathematician. And so he's wondering, okay, where are the questions with the numbers? Because I need to know what I have to add, what I have to subtract. That looks like a number line, as a matter of fact. So now you have a child who's thinking maybe they have to do some type of addition, subtraction, they are not sure. And then he looks at the faces, and guess what he starts doing? He starts making each face because he thinks, oh, it's time for role play. So he starts making each face. Here's what I did. This is what Bradley does on a daily basis. And so I used my son's interest, which is drawing. And let's try to figure out where his pain level at this moment is. And I said, Bradley, each picture puts together a story, okay? So when we put it together, he creates a story, he animates it, and he gives it a voice. He does voiceover. That's all he does from 8 a.m. in the morning to 5 p.m., pretty much on weekends. And on weekdays, he does that after he comes back from school. So my question is, Bradley, was your pain bad enough to the point where you could not draw the entire picture? If the answer is, wasn't that bad, I was able to finish one scene, then that gave me a gauge as to where he was on this line. He could have been in the moderate pain area, okay? It takes Bradley less than 5 minutes to finish one of those pictures. Now, the question was, were you able to complete the entire scene? So if he completed all of that, that tells me that Bradley's pain was at 0. And if he was not able to draw at all in an entire day, that is when I know I need to rush my son to the emergency room because his pain is at 10. That was what I used. Some of you have children at home who have interest. They spend the entire day focusing on one thing. Can your child, when he puts that thing down and doesn't touch it at all, something is wrong somewhere. You need to figure it out and use that to determine where your child is on this pain scale. It takes a village to raise a child, but it also takes a village to accept one. These are common myths we have in our community, that the child is under spiritual influence. We all know that autism is a collection of related neurological difference present from birth. The mother did something wrong. No one person causes autism, okay? The mother did not cause autism. They should be hidden away from the public. Autistic people deserve to be seen in our markets, churches, mosques, and community events. They cannot contribute to society. That is totally wrong. We've seen autistic people in the news, even right here in your country, in Nigeria, how much they can contribute to society. What can the community do? These are some few things you can do. Do not mock. Try to greet and include autistic children in your neighborhood activities. Our religious leaders, please preach acceptance. Market traders, be patient with the autistic individual. They have a different way of communicating. Youth and peers, and don't bully them. Traditional rulers, champion awareness and acceptance. You remain our most important town criers. Your voice resonates farther than the African talking drum. In employment, in our workplaces and adulthood, most autistic adults in Nigeria continue to go unseen, unheard, and unsupported. They remain the lost community. Employers should rethink their hiring process, offer alternate ways of interviewing, provide structured onboarding tasks for them, provide checklists, things that they can go by. It's easy for them to see that. Normalize workplace accommodations. Allow the autistic individual to have noise-canceling headphones. If they need sensory time, allow that for them to have a break. Train your managers to what sensory needs could look like. Train your managers to understand executive functioning challenges and the different communication styles that the autistic individual has. As a matter of fact, research shows that a trained manager is the best thing for a workplace because it leads to 90% retention. To the autistic individual, you have survived a world that was not built for you. That is extraordinary strength. I commend you for that. And some of them are in here today, trust you me. Your way of seeing the world is not wrong, it's just different. You deserve a fulfilling career, no matter what it is. Nigeria needs your gifts. You are not a burden. You are a meaningful and instrumental contribution. Faith communities, this is highly important. No condition should disqualify another human being from the house of God. Stop some of the harmful practices that end up causing more trauma to the individual. Preach inclusion. Say the word autism from your pulpit. Welcome the whole family. And this one in particular. It doesn't matter how good a pastor is. You can be the best preacher. If your usher is Shakara, trust you me, you will have nobody in your congregation because the usher is who makes the difference. So train your ushers. what Nigeria's system could do is that the government could fund autism diagnosis. It could start as early as making sure that every child has well-checked visits at specific timelines to be able to identify high-risk children. The government could also fund early intervention programs. Nigeria government, I come in peace, so I'm just sharing ideas here. Huh? I want to enter back again, okay? The teachers, we've talked about this. The teacher curriculum, it needs to start from there. Same thing in the hospitals. By the time the doctors get to the hospital, their medical education, there's this notion that all doctors understand autism. Breaking news, I hate to be the spoiler alert. There are many who don't understand autism. They don't. So that needs to change. It needs to be in the medical school curriculum, in their textbooks. We have to make sure we put that in there. Workplaces, you need to create policies that require inclusion. And the media, make sure you show autistic people in a light of dignity versus them being a burden or some type of pity. Here's my letter to Nigeria. Dear Nigeria, we are raising a vast number of autistic children right now in our homes, our schools, our streets, and our villages. Some of them are sitting in here today, watching and listening how we speak about them. What will we choose to show them? Shame or dignity? Silence or solidarity? Fear or acceptance? We are a people who say, it is well. In Igbo, we say, Ogadinwa. In Yoruba, Adara. And Adara. Thank you so much. I'm learning. And in Hausa, we say, Komeze Ikyo. Let us mean it. Acceptance starts today, and it starts with you and I. This is an acceptance pledge that if we all can take, and I'm going to read it for all of us. I will see the child before the diagnosis. I will learn to understand before I judge. I will not mock and I will not shame. I will celebrate differences in my home, my school, my workplace, and place of worship. I will speak up for the child who cannot yet speak for themselves and listen harder to the one who can. I believe every autistic person in Nigeria deserves a full life. I choose acceptance today and every day. You need to say this on a constant basis. As of today, if there's one thing you can do, parents, show and tell your child you love them just the way they are. To the autistic individual, you have a strength and talent that the world needs. Identify it, name it, and develop it. As a student, speak up the next time you hear someone mocking or bullying an autistic person. As an educator, read one article on inclusive education this week. Just one. As a clinical practitioner, stay up to date with emerging research, neuro-affirming evidence-based practices, and the voices of those with lived experiences, because our patients deserve clinicians who continue to learn long after they earned their degrees. This is absolutely important. Tomorrow's promise for autism acceptance. This was a slide I was not going to put in, but I did this last minute. I want you to hear this. Acceptance is more than words we say. It is intentionally choosing kindness every day, intentionally closed by fear and stigma, intentionally making every voice feel seen and heard. From the sandy plains of Sokoto to the Atlantic Ocean coastline of Ikwa Ibom, from the coconut groves and lagoons of Lagos to the mountainous scenery of Taraba, let compassion replace silent pity. Let schools, workplaces, homes, and hearts become the place where belonging starts. Nigeria shines when every child can grow and their unique differences are honored, not hidden. For every unique mind holds gift untold, more precious and valuable than any mineral. Together, we can build a nation where acceptance becomes an intentionally lived participation, because acceptance is not a destination to reach, but a journey that calls each of us to listen more deeply, learn more intentionally, and create spaces where every autistic person can belong, thrive, and be celebrated exactly as they are. Thank you.
Can we make some noise for Dr. Bernadette Kilo one more time? So, Dr. Bernadette, before you go, we're going to play some music for you to, dance back, waltz back to your seat. Is that okay? Actually, we're supposed to play the music before you came on, just to give you energy. Can we make some noise for Dr. Kilo one more time? DJ, drop it. Yes. Come on. That's the energy. That's the energy. It's a very long walk. Don't worry, you can walk. You don't have to dance all the way. It's fine. All right, let's make some noise for her one more time. All right, so to all our speakers, you'll come up with music, okay? Just to give some energy. But that was a really good way to start. Thank you, Dr. Bernadette Kilo. It's actually quite interesting that you said that many health practitioners and doctors don't understand autism, so there's so much work to be done. You've highlighted that there's work for everyone, from government to educators to healthcare practitioners, family members. There's work for everyone. I love the pledge that she gave, and I want us to say that last one together. So put your hand on your chest, everybody, and say, I choose acceptance today and every day. Louder, one more time. I choose acceptance today. Now put your hands together for yourself. We found this ID card on the floor. Potential Kids Consult, Fatima Osaka. So if this is your ID card, you might just have to bribe me to give it back to you. But all right. I also love that she said to those on the spectrum, you have a strength and a talent that the world needs. Identify it, name it, and develop it. And I think that's really what this is about today. It's about helping those on the spectrum reach their full potential. All right, we're ready for the next session. We're going to have a speech pathologist that will be talking about AAC and non-verbal children, the case for early communication tools for non-verbal children on the spectrum. I'm just going to quickly read her bio as we bring her up. Tomi Agbola-Odeleye is the lead speech and language therapist at a multidisciplinary practice in London. She works in clinics and schools, assessing both pediatric... Did I pronounce that word correctly? Okay. Because my Yoruba sometimes is influenced. Okay. And adult patients, supervising junior speech and language therapists, delivering therapeutic interventions, and developing home programs. In 2019, she expanded her practice internationally by partnering with schools and foundations in Lagos and Abuja. And if you've been at this conference, she's been here, I think, 3 or 4 times. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for Tomi Agbola-Odeleye. There was supposed to be music for Tomi. DJ.
It's okay.
DJ, come on. Let's do this. We need to see Tomi dance. Energy. Do we have that? Okay, for later. Okay, so Tomi, when you're done.
All right. Good morning, everyone. Okay, we're going to establish a little routine together now. So can you all take your booklets and hold them up? White side means yes. Orange means no. Okay, can you show me yes? Perfect. Can you show me no? All right, excellent. We're already using symbols. Okay, so my talk is about AAC. How many of you know what AAC stands for or means? Show me. How many of you know with your booklets? Who knows what AAC means? A few of you? Who doesn't know? Okay. Hopefully, by the end of our session today, we'll have all of you showing the white side of your books. Can we go to the video, please? Should I move on? It's not doing it. All right. So I'll talk while we're getting the video set up. AAC stands for Alternative Augmentative Communication. Alternative means anything other than speech. Okay, we can go to the next slide. This one. If we can play this video, please. Nope. Okay. AAC stands for Augmentative Alternative Communication. So the augmentative part means we're using something else to facilitate speech. Any communication that adds to the student's speech. Alternative means it's not speech-based. And the communication, that's us conveying the message, exchanging thoughts and ideas. So, that's everything, really. It could be a gesture, it could be a symbol, it could be some high-tech device, but so many ways are there for us to use to support students who struggle with their communication. So we've got lots of different tools, and you can see on my desk here, I've brought some to show you. Now, I know that not all of these are readily available for us here. So I'm hoping today I can show you some practical things that we can do, and we can improvise or we can make ourselves that can replace some of these things that you can buy, but we don't always need to buy something super expensive in order to support people's communication. So with our low-tech or our no-tech devices, we've got things like sign language that we can see happening on the stage, writing or drawing. So you could have something like a big easel or a board, you could have a big piece of paper, and when you're communicating with someone who is not able to use speech, a quick drawing. Should we go outside, draw a car, or do you want to stay at home, draw the house? And you can point to the two. Having a whiteboard makes it a little bit easier because you can rub it off quickly and you can add to it. You don't need a deck of flashcards at hand. Sometimes having something that you can quickly draw is easy. But you can also get things like these flashcards. You can make your own cards or symbols yourself, like pictures. So for example, if you've ever seen me at the consultation, I would have said to you, take photos for a week of your everyday meals. Take your ogbono, take your pounded yam, take your rice, chicken, fish. Now, at dinner time, when your child, and you're trying to give them a choice, an option, what do you want to eat? You're going to show them the rice and stew. You're going to show them the pounded yam and egusi. You're going to show them the pap. Which one do you want? And even if they can't make that choice yet, you're making it very clear what the word means. You're showing the visual. They're getting the experience of the food that follows. You're joining all those links and making the context very, very clear when language is difficult. Okay, we've got things like mid-tech. These are things that are operated maybe by battery or a simple device like this, where you can press on ball and it would say it out loud. I've not got these hooked up to the sound, but normally you can record whatever message you want, and the child or the adult could press this, and it would say the word out loud. So you could have mummy, and they could call you from another room. You could have water. You could have stop. You could have more. Simple mid-tech device. Then we've got your high-tech devices, like these tablets. And you can have a more robust communication system on here, where you can make sentences, you can ask questions, you can tell jokes, you can put together quite complex ideas, and this device will say it out loud for you. So I think most of you know of Stephen Hawkins, who can't use speech himself, but uses a computer to talk and create sentences, and is one of the most brilliant minds out there, that they say, okay? So, how do we do this practically? I'm going to ask for my wonderful helpers right now. Can I have Afiz? Dr. Grace? Thank you. So for today, Dr. Grace is going to sit down in this chair for me. Thank you. She is our learner at the moment who doesn't have speech. We're using a low-tech device with her here. And this button, when you press it, it says something like more, stop, come, go. Today, it's going to say more, and we've got to imagine that because we've not got it connected to the sound, okay? But when she presses it, it says more. Now we're going to do something engaging with her. I'm going to get Afiz to play a game that her dad normally plays with her. When she's sitting in her wheelchair, he tips her back, and she enjoys that. It's the movement, it's the fun. We're doing something that's going to make her want to say more, okay? So Afiz, can you play with her as normal? Just tip her back in the chair and then gently. So excellent. Afiz is playing right now. We're establishing, can you hold this for me? We're establishing a routine. So we're going to do ready, steady, tip. Okay, I know she's enjoying it. We're going to do it again. Ready, steady, tip. Now at this point, most children who are enjoying it will turn and look at you to say, I want more, right? So at this point, what I'm going to do is I'm going to model more. More. And I'll say it at the same time. I've pressed it, I've modeled it, and in real life, this would say more. More. Ready, steady, more. Okay, so can you see how I'm demonstrating and modeling how we ask for more? We're working on one concept, more. We're doing it through games, and I'm not requesting or expecting her to say more, to even touch more. At the beginning, it's about me. I'm modeling. We're teaching an alternative form of communication. And we don't expect them to be able to speak that language. We've got to speak it first for them to learn. So I'm modeling first, more, more, more. And eventually, you would get something like this. Ready, steady, wait. More. Well done. And with that, I would give lots of praise, lots of engagement. I would really make that turn the most exciting turn of ever. It would be right down to the floor, lots of praise, lots of engagement. Thank you. Afiz is going to demonstrate. Ah, Jesus. Okay. Thank you. I should have chosen better with my helpers. Okay, so we've done a low check. And the reason why I wanted to demonstrate this is because we see a lot of students here with comorbid difficulties. They may have some difficulties with movement, with touching things. There are adaptations that we can make. This one is made for a wheelchair so that you can access it maybe one-sided, at different levels. We're going to show you alternative buttons and tools that you can use when mobility is limited. So we've got these. These are called pillow switches. Now, if you've got a child that is bedbound, maybe, can't move their hands or their limbs, but has some head control, we can place these on either side of a pillow or in a wheelchair, or in a normal chair. You just prop it up, attach them to the pillow. They have little clips that you can use like a badge on a dress or something. You can put it on the pillow. And now we're going to give Dr. Grace 2 options. It's lunchtime. What does she want to eat? An apple or a banana? Now, some of you might think, okay, we'll just try both and see what they want. What we want is to develop and promote independence. Let them make a choice. So we're going to show both. Afiz is going to demonstrate. He's going to show the banana and he's going to show the apple. And he's going to very clearly say banana and then apple, so we know what we're choosing. Okay? Showing her. Thank you.
Hold it for me. You should hold it for me. I held it for her too. Banana. Banana. Apple. Banana. Apple. 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 Banana.
So how many of us have been in this position with someone non-verbal? We're showing them the things and we're thinking miraculously we go from non-speaking to saying banana and apple. We need to bridge that gap. So how do we get them to link the concept of banana with making that choice with these switches? So what Afiz is going to do is when he says banana, he's going to touch the button and that button's going to say banana too. And then he's going to give her a little bite of the banana to eat. Okay? I'll hold it. Yeah, I'll hold it. Pretend I'm the pillow.
Banana.
Banana. Sorry, Dr. Grace, I'm sorry.
Apple.
Apple. Excellent. Now, we would model that every day for a week or two. How do we now move from us demonstrating it to our student indicating what they want? Well, initially, most of it would start off involuntary. She might move her head and touch apple. When the word apple is said, we respond appropriately. Again, she might just turn and touch apple, apple. And we would give the apple. After a while, she'll start to understand that every time she touches this and it says apple, I get an apple. Then we would introduce the other one, banana. Now she turns to the right, banana, and we present the banana. She loves the banana, wonderful. So we start like that, simple. Now, those of you saying, well, we don't have these pillow switches, how do we do it? What should we do? There are lots of options, and I'm going to show you one of those now. This is what we call an E-tran frame. Now, again, quite difficult to get hold of. This is the E-tran frame that I like to make. It's just a piece of laminated sheet that I've laminated together, and I've stuck some Velcro squares on it. Where are my symbols? Okay, here we go. Now, what I like to do is first introduce a picture of Daddy and Mummy. We start with two pictures that the student should know. Here is our dad, and here is our mum here, okay? Yes, I'll sit. I'm going to be the student in this case. Now, the reason why it's clear is to provide an opportunity for you to be able to either touch Mummy, thank you, touch Mummy or touch Daddy, or for those students who aren't reaching, but maybe use their eye gaze to be able to look at either Mummy or Daddy. Now, standing here, you can see, I can see where they're looking. And I can put my face in the middle to encourage them to engage with me and to show some joint attention. So we've got Mummy and Daddy here. That's being shown to me, all right? You're seeing this from my perspective, but ideally, if I'm demonstrating, I'd be holding it like this and facing the person, but I want you to be able to see, okay? So, Mummy and Daddy, how do we start teaching this? We're going to play a game. Should I? And I'm going to move back a bit. Okay, so here we go. We have Mummy, we have Daddy. It's a regular Tuesday evening. How are we going to teach this concept of how to call Mummy or Daddy or signal that we want them? Or we know that they're there. Look, there's Mummy. So, Mummy is going to run towards me, touch Mummy, and tickle or hug or engage with me somehow. We'll do that now.
Touch Mummy. 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 Touch Mummy.
As you can see, I'm not doing anything.
So, touch Mummy. 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 Touch Mummy. Mummy.
This is good, but we can make it better. How do we make it better? At this point, this is an exercise for me, but it's not fun, it's not motivational. I know Mummy, I know she's there. Why do I need to touch this? Nothing is happening for me that's going to motivate me to touch this. So we're going to make it a game. Okay? Now, I'm going to sit far away.
She loves tickle.
I love being tickled.
So we're going to use tickle as the motivating factor for her to ask for mommy. So when she says, mommy, I tickle. So what do you think she will do? More. She will say mommy more because she needs the. Good job.
Okay. So I'm sitting here and mommy's going to demonstrate it first because I'm going to need a few times to learn what this game is and how this game works.
Mommy, tickle. Mommy, tickle. Mommy, tickle. Mommy, yeah, tickle. Yeah, you touch mommy. Tickle, 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 tickle.
Lovely. Now, I did that super quick. Probably won't happen like that. You'll have to build it up. And you need time, as you said, Dr. Grace. It might take some time to build that skill. They may not even touch it. They may look towards it. And that is a step, that is communication in its way, too. Now, how do we get from a child who can touch what they want, who can make a selection, how do we move forward to now combining words? Mummy come, daddy go, mummy stop, look, cow. How do we combine? In this game, we're going to add two new concepts, monkey and tiger. This child can independently already select one thing, mummy or daddy. Now, we want them to say, daddy, you be a lion. Mummy, you be a monkey. Okay? The full sentence would be, Mummy, put on the monkey. Or Daddy, put on the tiger. We're not going to teach it that way. We're talking about concepts first. So just Mummy, tiger, Daddy, tiger, Mummy, monkey. Let me show you how we can do that. We've got a monkey and a tiger mask. I'm going to give one to each of the parents. Now, the parents are going to start with the initial game that the child knows. Run up, tickle, they select mummy. And then we're going to pause. Pausing is so important in this. It gives the child a moment to think and also to understand that something more is needed. So, Daddy's going to come up. He's going to tickle me once or twice. And then he's going to show me monkey or tiger. At first, I'm not really going to know what's going on because I'm used to the tickle game and I don't know what this new part of it is. After a while, he's going to get me to select either the monkey or the tiger. Once we've got down to selecting monkey or tiger, then he's going to get me to do daddy and tiger or mummy and monkey together. So I'll let them show how this works. You can start. Okay. I'll hold it. Mm-hmm. She can if she wants to. She can. It's up to her.
Mommy, monkey. Mommy, monkey.
As you can see, we need to leave our pride at the door. This involves us making every single learning opportunity engaging, fun. This is not about work. It's about encouraging communication, okay?
Mommy, monkey. Mommy, monkey.
Mummy?
Wow, you said mommy, mommy, monkey.
Mummy? Monkey. Excellent, thank you so much. Now we're going to have a demonstration for where they don't use any vocabulary. We're going to do it with Daddy, and it's just going to be pointing. Daddy's going to work quite hard because it's going to take me a while to develop this skill, okay?
I pray she accepts Daddy.
So take off monkey and take off tiger.
So I take off monkey.
And then do the tickling. Just have Mummy and Daddy do the tickling first. So run up to me, tickle, say Daddy, and then afterwards.
I don't want to tickle you. Can I just use
Yes,
this?
you can.
So I'm going to replace tickling with this. Please pray for me. Okay. So first, it's going to be Daddy or Mommy, right? Okay. Tommy. Daddy. Tommy. Dada. Dada, 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 baby. Dada, 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 baby. Dada, dada, dada. 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 Okay. You people are not praying. She's not wanting Daddy.
I put it on the floor.
No, he's looking for this. Yeah.
Baby, daughter, 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 tiger, tiger.
A tiger or a dog?
No, I'm not talking. I'm
Okay.
Tiger!
Wow, wow! Okay, we can see Mummy and Daddy might need some work, but I hope you all get the premise of it. Yeah? These are things that you don't need to go to a shop to make. You can print them out, you can take pictures, you can use screenshots on your phone. It's very easy to think about how to make something fun. That's the most important thing that we need to think about. Which vocabulary will be motivating for our students? And which vocabulary is functional? More, come, stop, go. Mummy, Daddy, favorite foods, places, outside, car. All of these are the core vocabulary that we want to be working on. Now, hopefully my slides will be available for you. Yes, thank you so much. Can we thank our helpers? The one thing I would like us to think about before we finish is presuming competence. Many times I meet parents, teachers, educators who say, oh, he's never going to get it. He's not able to. He just can't do it. For us, the most important thing is to presume they can. Take that chance. Make the effort. Create the opportunities for them to communicate, and then tell me later whether they can or they can't. So I've got a few more slides. We won't have time to go through all of them, but the important thing is all of these need to be out and available. The example I gave you earlier of the food, have the pictures on the fridge, have the pictures out. We want an environment where everybody knows what the symbols are, what keywords we're working on, and can use them with the student or with the child. Okay, so get your books out again. If a student is able to speak orally, do they need to use AAC? Yes, they should. They still should. Next one. There are no prerequisites to introduce AAC. So that means they don't have to be a certain level before we can introduce AAC. True or false? AAC can support communication from a very young age. We don't need to have base skills. We can teach them, we can develop as we go. Start with everybody, no matter what level they start at. How about this one? Students need to show that they are ready to use an AAC device. True or false? We're on it now. We should always presume competence. Okay? Last one. High-tech AAC, so these kind of devices, are they better? Oh, we've got a mix. Some false, some true. It really depends on the student's needs. We need to select the device that is appropriate to the student, that stretches them enough, but also doesn't overwhelm them with too many choices, okay? So thank you so much for listening to me today, and hopefully we all know what AAC is.
Can we put our hands together for Tommy one more time? Where's Tommy's music, DJ? Forgot. Go Tommy, go Tommy. That's right, that's right. Okay, okay. It's giving AAC dance steps. Thank you so much. Can we put our hands together for Tommy one more time and her co-actors and presenters. When Tommy said, mommy monkey, I was like, in some African households, mommy monkey, daddy lion. Oh God. You go and meet your ancestor that day. You know, but I love that she said you leave the shame at the door. Whatever is required to do to, you know, help should be done. You know, we can leave all our tradition and all our rules aside as long as we help these children. So can we just celebrate Tommy one more time? Thank you so much for that. Okay, our next session is by Larry Duyile, a board-certified behavior analyst. He'll be looking at behavior speaks, listen, understand it, take action, using simple functional assessment in homes and classrooms. I really love that a lot of the presentations have been very practical and are showing us practical techniques and things that can be used. So can we just celebrate all our speakers and experts? They're wonderful, wonderful people. All right, so I'm going to quickly read Mr. Larry Duyile's profile as I bring him up. Yes, Larry Duyile is the president and CEO of Behavior Prize Consulting Incorporated and Behavior Prize College of Business and Health Studies, Toronto, Canada. With 20 years diverse experience in business and developmental services, Behavior Price operates residential and day program facilities for people living with developmental disabilities in Ontario, Canada. He works in collaboration with government agencies in Ontario to provide residential and staffing supports, as well as create and implement evidence-based behavioral treatment to improve the lives and learning of people living with developmental disabilities. Ladies and gentlemen, please, with a warm round of applause, can we welcome Larry Duile, who is going to speak on behavior. Listen. His music. I think the DJ has decided to do the music after. Okay, there we go. You decide to choose a long walk, so you dance really well, right?
Thank you. Did anybody wonder why I had to go all the way instead of just coming this way? I did that because behavior speaks. Everything we do boils down to behavior. If you talk about awareness, acceptance, speech, eating, drinking, anything you do at all, it's about behaviors. So, my outline, I'm going to talk about the theme, just in general, then the land between awareness and acceptance. Behavior speaks. Listen to the behaviors, understand them, and then make a decision. Take action, and I'll do my conclusion. If a woman says to you, I am pregnant, and then after a few months, the woman says, I had a baby, you're looking at two milestones, being pregnant and having a baby, right? Now, if a guy tells you, I got a job, and then a few months later he says, I got a promotion, those are two milestones as well. But what you don't hear from the first milestone to the second is that nobody tells you about the behaviors that make it happen. I'm pregnant, I had a baby, involves a whole lot in between. The things you eat, the things you do, the things you not do, the frustrations and all of that. So when I started preparing for this, I thought about where we've been. It's about awareness. For 15 years, the conference has been creating awareness. And this year, we're talking about acceptance. But what happens between awareness and acceptance? The land between the two milestones is riddled with a lot of confusion because people don't know what is going on. What is this condition? How do I handle this condition? So a lot of parents, a lot of teachers, policymakers, they get confused about what is going on. And because of the confusion, we have a lot of errors going on. You'll misinterpret behaviors and attitudes and things that people do. Because I decided to take the long road instead of the short road, people are going to judge me. But maybe if I took the short road, I'm thinking about those lights over there and they're scary. And there are too many people along that line. So I'll go this way, even though it looks long. But the point is, every behavior that a person engages in has a meaning. The land between also has a lot of failures. So if you fail at doing what you're doing, it is just normal. It's part of the process. If you fail, you get up, you re-strategize, and then you move on. So when we're talking about jumping from awareness to acceptance, we need to be mindful of the things that are between. And the things that are between are summarized under the behaviors of the people that we're working with. So if we, as policy people, teachers, parents, professionals, are trying to help people accept who they are and do the things that they need to do, we also have to be mindful of the land between. So navigating the journey requires an understanding of behaviors. And like I said, behavior is everything. There is no blood work or instrument that doctors use to do diagnosis. It is based on behaviors. You observe a child, the things that the child should be doing. If they're absent, we just say, this is autism, based on some milestones that need to be present. Everything is behavior. So what do you do as a parent, as a teacher, as an employer, as a colleague? All the behaviors that we engage in, they serve, I would summarize under two major headings. The first one is that anything you do could be either because you are looking for comfort or reinforcement, or it could be because you are trying to avoid something that you think is not right for you. So for example, if the light is too bright, I can cover my eyes, I can use my sunglasses. It's because I'm trying to avoid something that is aversive to me. So it's either you're seeking comfort, or you're trying to avoid something. Those are the two major reasons why behaviors occur. And then if you're working with somebody with autism, anything they do is happening for a reason. Are they seeking comfort, or they're trying to avoid something that is aversive? Now, I need to tell you, one of the things I'd like to do today is to show you a tool that you can use to aid your understanding of behaviors. But before I get into that tool, I just want to show you the power of putting data into a graph. So this lady, 39 years old, she engaged in two behaviors, crying and biting herself on the wrist. And she's done that for so many years. So she got referred to our clinic, and the behavior that we had to deal with was the crying and the biting. I visited her house 3 different times. I did not see one instance of the behavior. And so I was wondering, how are we going to find out when the behavior occurs? But the staff working at the group home said to me that anytime she engaged in the biting and crying, they record it on an incident report. So I said, you record everything? They said, yes. So I said, okay, give me incident reports for 6 months, and let's look at it. Maybe the data on the behaviors will say something to me. So when they presented the data and I put it on a graph, this is what the graph looked like. 6 months incident report on crying and self-biting. Does it say anything to you? Each of the dots, this represents a day. So it happened 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and on and on and on like that for 6 months. So the first thing that jumped out to me from this graph is that the behavior happens every month. September, October, November, December, January, February, March. The second thing that became obvious was that the behavior always happened between the 11th and the 16th of every month. Remember, she is 39 years old. She is having crying and biting every month between the 11th and the 16th. With that information, I went back to the group home and I said, can you tell me when she has her menstruation? And they said, why do you want to know that? I said, because I think it's important. And they said, well, she does not have menstruation. When she started menstruating, they found that she couldn't manage the flow of blood, and so she got treatment to stop the physical flow of blood. But nobody thought about the cramps that comes with the flow of blood. So it became kind of obvious that this woman was experiencing cramps, and so when the pain comes, she cries and sometimes bites herself. People will say, stop doing that. But the behavior is saying something else. If you do not know how to look for the behavior, you miss the point completely. And so the treatment for this is just go back to the doctor, and the doctor prescribed pain medication. Use it every month from the 10th to the 16th. And crying and biting stopped till today. When you are able to interpret behaviors, the treatment is easy. You are able to follow through. And so this is some of the things that I'd like to show you today, using something different from this kind of graph, but it's something that I call, or that is called a scatter plot. So you know that up to 50% of people living with developmental disabilities engage in challenging behaviors. Up to 50%. And what's a challenging behavior? It's just the fact that what those people do are different from what typical people do. That's why we call it challenging. Not because it's wrong, but because it is not part of the norm, what people do. So, challenging behaviors affect learning, skill acquisition. You cannot acquire a skill if you are not able to pay attention to the teacher. You cannot access service if you're having challenging behaviors. Like you go to a doctor's office and you're making noise and flapping and all of that, everybody may be scared, exclude that person. So challenging behaviors can be a thing, and it affects every facet of what we do in everyday life. Challenging behavior also affects acceptance. People don't want to accept because they don't understand the behavior. So what are we going to do to understand behaviors? The answer is not medication. There's no medication created to treat autism. There's no medication created to say, oh, when somebody has this diagnosis, this is what you do. Nothing for autism, nothing for developmental disabilities. What you have is total behavior management, understanding of behaviors and managing it well. You say, why is Tunde engaging in aggression towards others? Not what he's trying to do. He's communicating something. He's selecting food, so he only eats rice. That's not because he's not hungry. He just has selective and restricted food preferences. Why is he running away? I'm his dad, I'm his mom. Why is he running away? That behavior is happening for a reason. He's destroying the property in the house. Why is he doing that? So all this are going to affect acceptance. So what do we do about it? Look at this data. This gentleman, he throws up. And when it started, the workers, everybody thought he had a gastrointestinal problem. And we went to do a series of tests. Eventually, they determined that this guy has no medical reason why he's throwing up. So why is he throwing up? If you look at the antecedents that were recorded, this guy threw up anytime there was, maybe he's alone in the living room, or maybe there's a staff delay, or staff is attending to other people. Those are typical antecedents, and the behavior is just throwing up, throwing up, throwing up. Look at the consequence. What happens after the behavior is that you ask him to clean up, you redirect, and all of that stuff. But what sense can we make out of this? The tool I want to talk to you guys about is the tool called scatterplot. When you observe a behavior, you record it, the date, the time. You have to do it. Do it for at least 2 weeks so you have enough data to see a pattern. Now, this data, I was trying to find out exactly when this behavior occurred. And then I put in a scatter plot. This is what it looked like. Now, if you don't see anything yet, look at this. The behavior seems to happen between 3 o'clock and 3:30 every time it happened. What does that tell us? Why is it not happening in the morning? Why is it not happening later in the night? What is going on? And then there is another chunk of time between 5:30 p.m. and 6 p.m. All the times that it happened. When I looked at the scatter plot this way, it told me that I should go there between 3 and 3:30 if I need to see the behavior. And that's what I did. So I visited the house 3. The gentleman was sitting in the living room, and the staff were busy doing their stuff, just getting dinner ready. Some were busy with other individuals and all of that. And then he started making sounds, and then he threw up. Looking at the data I shared before, I found out that in all the instances, people were busy, and he was alone. But he was alone watching his favorite show, Sesame Street. So people were wondering, he's doing his favorite thing. Why is he still throwing up? The reason was because he didn't want to watch Sesame Street by himself. He wanted somebody there. And anytime he threw up, the staff would show up. They'll say, why did you throw up? But to him, he's not getting that you're scolding him. You are there with him. That's exactly what he needs. So when you tell him to mop the floor and clean up, he's happy because you are here with me. Behavior speaks. And you need to understand it so that your intervention will not make the behavior worse. The second one is about Sharon. And Sharon started destroying property in the house. This is the data collected by her parents. I couldn't figure out what was happening here. So with this data, again, I put it on a scatter plot. And this is what it looked like. You see the very first part where you have the yeses? The behavior was happening between 11 a.m. and 12 in the afternoon. And it was also happening between 6 p.m. and 7:30 p.m. So armed with this information, I thought, let me go there during those times. But why do we have 2? So when I checked the dates, this April 11 and 12, that's Saturday and Sunday. Here, Saturday and Sunday. Every other thing happened during the week. So the question is, why are the behaviors happening Saturday, Sunday, and then every day during the week? There has to be something. Behavior is speaking, and we need to understand it. So when I got to the house, I was in their living room, and then she started hitting the walls. She went to the kitchen, got the plate in the microwave oven. She brought it out, smashed it on the ground before the moms could stop her. And as that was going on, I kept thinking, so what actually happened? What is going on now that triggered the behavior? The only thing that I saw that was different was me. Mom and dad are always there. But I had not been there before when the thing happened. And then I started hearing a sound. The sound was coming from the neighbor's house. Somebody there was playing basketball. And the sound of bounce, bounce, bounce was the thing. The moment basketball sound stopped, the behavior stopped. So during the week, everybody goes to school. The boy in the neighbor's house that played basketball will get back in the evening around 5. And then he starts to play basketball in his father's house. And that basketball is affecting somebody in the other house. The sound was weird for her. So I asked, I said, but she's not been doing this before. And the parents said, well, the neighbors just moved in. So what's the intervention to do here? Just teach Sharon that when you're hearing the sound, put on noise-canceling headphones, and the problem is solved. But if you want to keep saying, stop doing that, stop destroying property, I will do this to you, you'll lose your iPad, you will ground it, that behavior is not going to stop. So when behaviors happen, record them, because the behaviors are saying something. If you misinterpret the behaviors, they will just keep happening. And acceptance will not happen because people would not know how to deal with these behaviors that you're seeing. So now you know what scatterplot is. Last year in my presentation here, I was talking about situations where people can engage in one behavior for multiple reasons. First, Shola hit himself hard on the chin and makes noise. That's the behavior. In the first instance, his mom scolds him and says, hey, I give you 10 minutes. The second instance, he hits himself because somebody was playing with his toy. Another instance, he hits himself because he just finished from a dental appointment. And then the last one, he hits himself because mom was talking on the phone. In all of this, you can see the behavior is consistent. Shola slapped himself hard on the chin and was making noise. But it is for different reasons at different times. So you must know what the reason for behavior is so that you can appropriately intervene. So your job, your charge as parents, as teachers, as community members, if you want acceptance to happen, invest in educating yourself on how to identify the reasons why behaviors occur. Because those behaviors tell us everything. There's nothing you and I do without a reason. Everything we do has a reason, including those who live with autism. So there's this tool that, where is it? Where is the tool? Well, it's not going back. Anyway, so the tool is the functional assessment screening tool, functional analysis screening tool. You can have my slides, you see it there, and I have a list of areas that you can look at that will help you understand how to do functional assessments. But that is my presentation, ladies and gentlemen. If you see the behavior, you have to, by all means, 1 second. Are you doing something to my presentation? Go back to my conclusion. Conclusion. So, the intervention part of things, somebody else will be speaking about interventions, I believe, tomorrow. So you'll get a sense of interventions tomorrow. So I was saying, record behavior all the time it happens, include the date and the time, because that can be the difference between knowing what's going on and what is not. Record the antecedents to behaviors and the consequences to behaviors. Now, quick note, antecedent does not just mean the cause of the behavior. Antecedent does not mean what happened sometime before the behavior. Antecedent is what happens immediately before the behavior, and consequence is not what you did after the behavior, it is what the person got out of that behavior. So you need to understand that and how you record it. Find a pattern, and the pattern can be found using the scatter plot that I just showed you. Discuss with your therapist to find a solution. Now you know what's going on. Dr. Kilo was saying earlier that go to the doctor's office with a document talking about who your child is. Go with the data and say, this is what I'm seeing, this is what I'm experiencing, and then they'll be able to support you. You'll always find yourself in the land between those two hills, awareness and acceptance. While you are there, watch behaviors and understand the clues. Ask yourself why the behavior is happening, and then managing the land between determines how much you thrive, how far you go, how successful you'll be in terms of taking care of behaviors. So once again, thank you guys. Thank you so much.
Fantastic. I thought you were going to take the longer way back now. Okay. The message has been passed. Yes, it's music. Very good. That's right. Make some noise for Mr. Larry Deal. Honestly, I have to apologize. I was actually judging you. Me personally, I was judging your behavior, honestly. You could tell. But I've learned my lesson. And, you know, there's just so much to pick from that. Time won't let me, reiterate some of the points. I can see that we're all taking notes, and we'll have to come to Ogun State, because I'm sure there are halls in Ogun State that can take these numbers. But the overflow is full. This hall is full. Let's just put our hands together for ourselves. This community is growing really large. And to those watching online, thank you for being part of the community as well and staying plugged in. All right, we will have one more presentation before our lunch break. You know the drill. For lunch, you don't leave your seats. You just stay where you are, and the food packs will be handed to you. But right now, we want to look at practical caregiver strategies for communication, regulation, and daily routine. No matter how many times you come to this conferences, there's always something new to learn. Like I've said, I've anchored maybe about 6 or 7 or 8. I'm not sure how many of these conferences I've done, but every year there is something to learn. So please, be attentive and, be plugged in. Our next speaker is Sholakwe Azazi, an international behavior analyst, an autism advocate, and parent. So she has a front row seat on some of these issues and has a lot of personal experience. Sholakwe is an autism advocate, inclusion strategist, and behavior analyst. And she says, we will confirm, that she is Nigeria's only certified WHO caregiver skills training master trainer. Make a clap for Sholakwe. Where's Sholakwe? But it's true, Abby. It's true. Mr. Durile, is it true? Okay, it's true. Okay, good. She's also the founder and executive director of Cradle Lounge Special Needs Initiatives, an author, documentary producer, a parent navigator supporting families of autistic individuals. And Sholakwe has dedicated her work to raising awareness, improving access to services, and influencing policies that promote inclusion in Nigeria. Ladies and gentlemen, a warm round of applause for Sholakwe Azazi as she talks practical caregiver strategies for communication, regulation. And the DJ, me and you are now in sync. I love it. Sholakwe, give them small. You have to dance, Sholakwe, you have to dance. Just make some noise for Sholakwe. You will dance when we're done. Promise me.
Sorry. Good afternoon, everyone. It's a joy and honor to be back on the stage today and sharing a conversation that is very close to me. Okay, so today's topic is practical caregiver strategies for communication, regulation, and daily routine. Permit me, I'm a bit nervous. I'm not sure why, but I'm a bit nervous. I think after listening to everybody speak, it's a bit, but permit me to continue. So,
Sholakwe, it's because you didn't dance. That's why.
I think it was because you put me on the spot to dance, that's why.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Yeah, thank you. So, acceptance must first be lived at home if we want autistic individuals to feel accepted in classrooms, workplace, and public space. And this is following on what Dr. Kilo started off with earlier when she talked about what acceptance should be like. The home is the first place where a child learns whether they are safe, understood, and valued. It is also the place where most children experience daily activities, waking up, eating, playing, calming down, and preparing for the day. That is why acceptance at home matters a lot. When the home is predictable, respectful, and supportive, it becomes the foundation of inclusion everywhere else. So, I have on the slide, the home is pretty much what I said earlier. Sorry, I'm so nervous. I'm not sure why. Thank you. Okay. So when we talk about autism, we often begin with awareness. But awareness alone does not change a child's life. I can tell you because I live with a child that is on the spectrum. What changes life is what happens in the ordinary, repeated moments. How we speak, how we respond, how we organize routines, how we handle distresses, and how we make space for our child to belong without needing him or her to become somebody else. And that is why it is important that I center my presentation today around these three main shifts. The first, from correction to connection. The second, from survival to supportive routine. And the third, from managing the child to designing the home around dignity and growth. These three shifts are not abstracts. They are not things that you just pull up. And they are very practical. They are ways the family respond, organize, and relate. And I will take each shift and explain it one after the other. We have things like sibling understanding, sensory respect, communication support, emotional regulation, and caregiver support. And for me, this are very much in line with what the WHO Caregiver Skills Training talks about, which is using everyday routine, play, communication, and problem solving to help families build better supports at home. Sorry, I need to go back a slide. Thank you. So the first shift, which is correction to connection. Earlier on, we had Tommy on the stage. She was talking about using tech, using AAC to communicate. I want you to look at this picture. And the first one had the child trying to reach for something. There was an approximation of communication. The mother communication by responding to what the child, what feels different or difficult, whether it's the child avoiding eye contact, covering his ears, or falling apart when routine shifts. But when every interaction becomes correction, the child begins to feel monitored instead of understood. The connection asks a different question. What does my child need right now? Noticing behavior as communication, pausing before reacting, and choosing responses that help the child feel safe enough to engage. Sometimes connection looks like slowing down, pausing when your child is already overwhelmed, rather than forcing the next instruction or the next task. When your child is covering his ears in a noisy room, the answer might just be a quieter room or a quieter space. It's not another instruction or another, task or just yelling like I think, or just giving another instruction like I think Mr. Dooley mentioned earlier. Sometimes it looks like using fewer words or one clear cue, which most times works better than a 5-minute lecture. Sometimes it means choosing comfort first. Maybe a quiet corner, a familiar object, or a pause before they regulate. And this is where sibling understanding matters a lot. I think it was Dr. Kilo that said something about siblings and stuff. And I have a little story to tell about how we were able to navigate something like that. But first, I want to say that when siblings help to understand, when they are helped to understand autism in age-appropriate ways, they can become allies rather than confused observers, which is very, very important. A lot of times, we just assume that the sibling would see and just pick up and understand what is going on and just get on with the program. But it's not always that way. Because just like you, they are also trying to understand and navigate this new normal. And so it's important that when you are recruiting support to build acceptance in the house, it is also important to be mindful about the sibling interaction involved. And I'll tell you the story. I remember when we started our journey, I come from a large, close-knit, I'm married into a large, close-knit family, and we have children close in age. I remember when, I think the kids were between 2 and 12, I told the kids that they were going to come over to my house. Yeah, my nephew is here, and I'm sure he remembers the story very, very vividly. So then my son was 3 years old, and of course the older ones were trying to understand what was going on with him, but they didn't have the words for it. So I told them we were having a sleepover in my house. And so they all came in. They had a fun day. When it was evening time, they pulled out their sleeping bags. They pulled out their sleeping bags, popcorn, ready to move on to the next event. And then I played a Nigerian cartoon called Chibu and Chibi Autism Adventure. So the first 2 minutes was absolute silence. These are kids that were expecting to come watch some, jumping around kind of movie and everything, and then so the older kids just went silent. And I think the oldest amongst them had some courage and goes, Auntie Sholake, sorry, is this the same thing that Priye has? And I kid you not, it opened a well of questions, information, things that I didn't even know that they needed to hear. So we had a robust conversation. It didn't leave out the little ones because they also got to experience what it was like to communicate and sibling. And from that day on, it made an advocate of them. It made it easier for me to say, oh, can you watch Priye? Or Priye is going out with you for X, Y, and Z. It made life as a caregiver, it made life easier for me as a caregiver because then I could entrust the sibling to understand that when this and this is happening, these are ways that we can help to accommodate your sibling. The next shift is survival to supportive routine. So many homes are running on crisis mode, and that's a fact. I know that. Some mornings you are racing to find shoe, bag, breakfast, and sometimes patience. Mealtime sometimes can feel like a battle over choosing whether it's this meal or that meal, or whether the child will even end up sitting at the table. Bedtime turns into negotiation. If you do this, I'll give you this. If you go to bed on time, you get extra hours on TV tomorrow, things like that. Sometimes you don't even have energy to fight at the end of the day and you're just exhausted. But families do better when the home is not organized around survival alone. It should be organized around support, regulation, predictability, and participation. Sometimes you think, oh, predictability, predictable routine. They are supportive routines. They are not rigid routine. You're not trying to make a robot out of the child. When routines are predictable, it helps the child know what to expect. It reduces anxiety for that child, because if I know that, your morning routine looks like A, B, C, D, I know what is expected of me. It makes it easier for me to be able to give what you're expecting of me. And then it of course, ends up to be greater chance of success. Sometimes it might just be you putting some schedule on the fridge, a warning sign before you leave the house, oh, Pray, we're going to go to XYZ in 2 minutes. You show the child the 2 minutes card. The child knows that in 2 minutes we're going to this, and then in 2 minutes you get to go to where you're going to. It helps the child when they're transitioning. It could be a favorite song before brushing the teeth. So maybe that would always help the child associate brushing. It's announcing it's time to brush your teeth. And that way, that particular activity is easier for that child. I remember when we were younger, when my son was younger, my entire house used to be covered in picture cards. You know, we had routines for everything, from morning routine to evening routine to bath time routine to brushing your teeth. I remember someone had come into the house and said, what are people doing in the house? And I said, well, this is how we function. Because again, you want to raise independence. And to do that, you need to give the tool for that child to be able to attend and to participate without shame, without feeling like until I cry for X, Y, and Z before I get the response that I need to do what I'm expected of. It also means sensory respect, like lowering the volume of the TV, softening the lights, choosing clothes that do not feel scratchy, or noticing that the child feels better with a blanket. Mealtime, dressing time, playtime, bedtime, all of these moments you can always build your communication and engagement within this period, and it would encourage the child's confidence. It can also be moments in the kitchen when your child learns to ask for more, just like what we saw earlier when Tommy was practicing more. You can be in the kitchen, for example, your child is there, and that might be the moment when you practice these core words that you have identified that you need your child to use. Maybe you want your child to learn more, you practice and model more in the kitchen. You want your child to identify certain things. The third shift is from managing the child to designing the home around dignity and growth. For me, this is perhaps the most important shift of all. When we focus on only managing a child, we often make the child carry the burden of adapting to an environment that was never built for them. But when we design the home around dignity and growth, we ask, how can this space help my child flourish? That means making communication easier, not harder. It means allowing different ways to express needs, whether through words, pictures, gestures, or behavior. It means helping your child regulate emotionally, not punishing distress as if it was disobedience. It means giving space for pauses, calming tools, and co-regulation. I remember when we first started on our journey, my first instinct when I see my child, screaming and stuff would usually be, calm down, stop crying, tell me what happened. But over the years, I have learned that an overwhelmed child, an overwhelmed brain cannot learn. It can only survive. It's not because the child is being difficult, but it's because the child is overloaded. And so one of the things that we do when we try to design the home around dignity and growth is we allow room for emotional regulation. Just to quickly paint a picture, imagine you turn on the brightness of your phone to maximum, then someone plays a loud music, then someone sprays perfume in your face, then the fan is blowing in your face, and your clothes is itchy. Then someone asks you a math question. How do you think you will react? Exactly. when your home is built around dignity, it is where you show acceptance, and then acceptance is visible in the house. The child is not shamed for needing support. The child is not made to feel like a disruption. Sometimes the most loving thing we can do isn't another therapy session when a child is overwhelmed, or another reward chat, another instruction. Sometimes it could just be a quieter space, maybe slowing down your voice, or shortening the outing, or a familiar routine. Because it's very important to know that children don't just remember who corrected them, they remember who made them feel safe. And every time we lower the sensory load or help them to regulate their emotion, we are sending a powerful message to them. You don't have to fight your environment alone. We are in this together. So in the beginning of our journey, myself and my husband, we decided to define our new normal. We realized that spending our energy trying to create the life that we imagine would leave us with very little energy. So instead of trying to do that, we embraced the life we actually had. The decision was that we decided to, build what we understood our child needs the most. And we used a lot of all these tools, but most importantly, we didn't try to change our child to be who we think the child should be. We met him at his level of need, and we bridged it to where he needed to be with the support and intervention that he requires to be there. So, for us, it's very important to model what we preach in my home. And this is what, when I knew that we were actually modeling what we preached. Post-COVID, my youngest son, I have 2 children, by the way, I have 2 sons. My youngest son had gone into school because it was right after when we just started doing the fiscal resumption. And a new child resumed into school, and it was all over the place. According to the teacher's word, he said that the child was very cranky. My son came home that day with, showing me a sticker badge saying, "Oh, mommy, I was very helpful today. I got a sticker, blah, 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 blah." I was like, "Oh, wow, wonderful." Then later I got a message from the teacher saying, "Timebi's mom, your son was very helpful today." I was like, "Oh, he said so, but what did he do?" This is what he did. The child came in all over the place. Timebi could relate because he saw the child and he understood what the child's needs were almost immediately. And he kept reassuring the boy that he will be fine. At some point, the child wanted to run out of the classroom. He brought the child back in. The child sat with him. The child ate his food. The child slept off on him. In fact, it was his carer the entire day. So by the time, in fact, I was even very shocked because I was like, why is my son not tired after all these things you've told me? But for me, that was a moment for me because it just pretty much showed that what he saw in the house was what he was able to replicate outside. By the way, he was only 5 at that time. It was very important to mention that. It wasn't 10, it was just 5. And it was just post-COVID. Before that time, it was in a daycare. It was not even in school. So first year, it was very important to say that what he was seeing was not just an abstract knowledge of what I am saying here on the stage, but is a lived experience. And because of that, back into the community and the society. In conclusion, accept it's not going to be, it's your behavior, the way you behave show it. You don't need to start to look for a textbook description of what acceptance means. It's love in action. Children thrive when they feel the home is safe, predictable, and respectful. The home is where inclusion begins. So if I'm going to leave you with a message today, it will be that acceptance is not a feeling we keep to ourselves. It's the way we behave towards others. Thank you.
That was amazing. Can we celebrate Sholakwe Azazi one more time? Sholakwe, it's not even me now that's asking you to dance. You see, it's these people in front here that want you to dance. Who else wants Sholakwe to dance? Come on, DJ, turn the volume up. Let's go. Come on, come on. Love it, love it, love it. Thank you so much. Can we just thank Sholakwe one more time? That was really beautiful. Indeed, the home is the starting point, and acceptance is love in action. I think that there's a lot that love can do, just having a loving environment. And, you know, love is really deep and really broad. And if we can shower our children, our wards with love and have that environment be loving, that's almost 50%, if not even 90% of the work done. So thank you, Sholakwe, for re-highlighting that. All right, ladies and gentlemen, are you having a good time? Are you learning something? Are you inspired? When I say acceptance is in, you say action. Acceptance in? Tell your neighbor, say action, action, action. All right. Okay, so we're going to take a break for lunch. As I said earlier, please remember to stay on your seat. Accept the food in action before you take the action of standing up to go outside. Because if you stand up to go outside, you will not eat. All right, so please remain on your seats. Our guests, our special guests and speakers will take a leave upstairs for their own break. We're going to try and recover some of the time that we have lost. We haven't lost too much time, to be honest. We're doing pretty good with time so far. But we're supposed to be back at 2 p.m. Actually, so let me say 1:50 so that we have 10 minutes to settle down. And then at 2 p.m., we will start with a panel discussion. All right, so bon appetit. Our speakers, experts, and guests, please would, you know where to go upstairs. For our participants, please just remain on your seats for lunch. Thank you. If you haven't registered, I think during the break we will have the QR code on the screen so that you can scan and register as well. That's also very important.
on the beat.
Of crying out to God, to doctors, hoping madly for anything that can bend time. Fold me back inside my own body to find that errant string of DNA and pluck it at its roots. I want so desperately to gather the mangled cells into my hands, hold them still and beg them to give me back my child, weave them into a chord, a melody, a voice that can call me by name, say, I see you, say, I love you, say, Mama. But only the silence answers back, a shadow of a word, eyes that will not latch on. Fear presses into my belly with open palms, forms a fist that knocks the air out. Strangers' whispers crowd the room. judgment falling from their faces. For the mother of this child, whose body folds forward like a question. They cannot understand this desperate wailing with no language. But I still remember how it felt to house a universe in my belly. The quiet victory of your becoming. So for this child, I reach through membrane and blood memory. Sit with you. Match my body to your rhythm. Vibrate back a love song. Even when your body is a wall I cannot get over, I will still love my way through to you. And I will wait for that one look, one step, one word, the power of one touch. I will offer up my back again and again for my rainbow child who dreams in color, who moves to a divine rhythm even when I cannot hear it, who knew that I could mine joy from this sorrow. Use your laughter as a balm, a kind of healing, so that when they ask about you, I will offer up my voice when yours fails. Snatch you out of the mouth of any danger. Guard your ears from the voices that follow. Tell them you are otherworldly. You are magic and moon dust. You are a testament to a love that persists in spite of itself. This gift, this child who is still a miracle. This child who is still mine.
Autism is not a tragedy, ignorance is. My name is Eferele, and today we are at the Johnson Jakande Tinubu Park, Ikeja, Lagos, to talk about autism, a condition that affects how people interact and communicate with the world around them. Let's go talk to people. Can you please educate me a little bit what you know about autism?
Ooh, educate. Okay, I think I know autism to be a medical condition.
So it's a condition that affects the behavior and social skills of a child.
I've heard about it closely because I'm a sibling to someone that has autism.
It's a great way for us to understand that it's not enough to say people are just people.
If you're to hire someone who is on the spectrum, would you hire that person, and what would you do to make the working environment more conducive for such a person?
Okay, yes, definitely I would hire such person.
The first thing is to understand what they are dealing with. If you meet one person with autism, you've met one person with autism. It's not all uniform.
People with autism work very good with routine. So I can't just bring something up like, oh, we're having this. I have to prep them first.
They might have a corner of the office that is not so bright, so that person, maybe the corner where that person is actually gets to stay might not be so bright, so that person might tolerate, that environment better.
Do you think that the society that we live in is inclusive enough for people living with autism?
No, I don't think so. When you meet people that has disorders, I feel that you need to accommodate them, understand them. Don't push them away. You can see people and you can understand that they are going through something. So just come with emotion. I think we can just continue to do more with advocacy and all.
Can you please complete this sentence for me? Autism
is finding different ways of expression. Autism is a way of understanding people around you.
A beautiful reminder of what it means to be human.
Thank you so much for coming on this important journey with us. Today we learned, we listened, and we opened up conversations that matter. Autism is not a one-size-fits-all experience. And to understand that, we need to ask questions and be open to answers. Keep learning, keep growing, and keep filling the world with empathy. Thank you so much. My name is Efe Irele. Bye.
Hello, Auntie Blessing. I beg let me send them. Where is this girl, sir? Carol? Go to Auntie Blessing. Tell her to give you sense leaf, uziza, Uda, Heuru. Fresh ones though.
Uda, Uru, Uzu, Uziza, Uda.
Give me palm oil there.
Palm oil, crayfish. Utazi, sense leaf, crayfish, ice.
Where is this girl now? Where's Carol?
Madam, why don't you just use quick airtime loan from GT Bank? Dial *737*90#. Oh, it's instant.
Really? Thank you. Who's this? Uda? Fresh ones though. Okay, madam, no problem. No problem.
Auntie, madam said I should collect pepper, onion.
I pass it around. Don't get stranded. Get instant airtime with GT Bank Quick Airtime and Data Loan. Terms and conditions apply.
Quick credit.
Non-verbal. And what does that mean? It doesn't mean that they can't understand language. It doesn't mean that they don't use language. But what they might not be great at doing is using words to speak out loud. So a non-verbal child might be able to understand a lot of what you say. They might communicate messages to you through action, through behavior, through eye contact, through body language. That's a child who is still communicating with you, but just not verbally. And when a child is like that, it doesn't mean that that's the only way they will ever communicate with you, but we have to find ways to support them to communicate as best as they can before they have the words and the language to speak.
Sensory processing. How we use our senses to engage our environment. Sensory processing determines how we are going to identify, communicate, and engage those in our immediate environment. A lot of times we focus on just the 5 senses, which is hearing, seeing, smell, taste, and touch, tactile. However, we also have internal senses known as the interoceptive senses, which one must use to be able to fully and effectively communicate with the environment. Once these are impacted, then it poses a challenge with communication.
Meltdown. Meltdown is an over-processing, an over-stimulation for an individual. It is not a bad behavior, it is them really reacting to their environment. And we need to be able to give them strategies that are flexible, that work for them, and that are kind and mindful.
I need a lot of money, like $1 billion.
Hello, my name is Divine Adua, and today we are on the streets of Lagos to find out how much people really know about pension. Now, are people really planning for the future, or is retirement the last thing on their minds? Let's find out. When you hear the word pension, what comes to your mind?
What comes to my mind is retirement savings.
Basically, a retirement plan.
Retirement.
Pension is all about retirement. Like when you want to leave the system of working and like start living on what you have invested on.
Money for my future.
Pension is a retirement benefit. So retirement, your place of rest, let me put it that way.
Have you heard of personal pension plan?
I think so.
I do. I have heard of it, but I don't use it. Yes, I have.
Personal pension plan, no. I'm just hearing it for the first time.
At what age do you need to start planning for retirement?
I think from 40.
It don't depend on any age. When you start working, immediately you start working, start planning your pension.
How much money do you retire?
Depending on the economic situation at that time, but I would say it's for live comfortably for the rest of my life.
I need a lot of money, like $1 billion.
$1 billion?
Yes.
Maybe if you can able to save like 1 million, say no to start up business. No, I'm just talking. It depends how long you stay for the work. So for me, I don't think a particular amount is needed for retirement, because when you retire, you don't have to work. So you have a lot of expenses, a lot of money to make use of. So I don't think there is, or there should be, a particular amount that is needed for retirement.
Do you have a retirement plan?
Now, no.
None for now, seriously.
My retirement.
How for now, my retirement plan is just probably when I'm done with working, probably I go back to my own business, because I have little business which I'm doing. So I'll go back to that.
If you don't know how to start, a good first step is giving your pension some attention. And that can begin with Guaranty Trust Pension Managers. Let's figure it out together.
So what is self-injurious? What does that mean? So some children, they hit their heads to the wall, and that could hurt that child. That is a form of shaming, but is it great or is it beneficial to the individual? No, it's not. So it's something you would want to work on to ensure that individual is safe.
The word is AAC. It's an augmentative communication device. It's a device is similar to an iPad. What that does is that it helps the child who are mostly nonverbal or who have some verbals, and it helps them communicate. So this device is an alternative for children who are not verbal, or children who have some verbal words but don't have enough to express themselves.
Specialist interests. So a lot of autistic people have a range of specialist interests. This can include things such as train, cars, buses, arts, painting, you name it. Anything that you are interested in, you will find an autistic person that also shares that interest. The unique and special thing about people with autism is that they can solely focus on just that one thing for a sustained period of time, which really allows them to be able to develop that skill, to become experts in those things and to be able to thrive. So often we try to stop children from engaging in their specialist interests because we think they're stimming or they're doing something inappropriate. They're just exploring their world. Let them be.
These are the moments when we recount the years to ask, whose dreams did we hold close enough to hear, even as a whisper? In 30 years we said, you can hold our promise as bond. We built our foundation on these pillars: education, environment, community, art. We adopted schools to call our own, put books back in the rightful hands of children, rebuilt libraries for them to love. We said, you read, said you imagine, the whole world is waiting. We captured the stars in the eyes of athletes, their feet afford rhythm on greener grass, bodies glistening like black gold in the sun. We made what was forgotten new again. We turned waste to play, waste to style, and remembered that discarded does not mean destroyed. We wrapped the heart of a child in orange ribbon and said, this too is a gift. On Massey Street, we covered babies with our care and breathed new life into the walls. On streets across the world, we said, there is no room for hunger here. This is how small changes transform the world. Call the artists, our voice, our conscience, the keepers of culture, creators who tell our stories with food and fashion. Turn whatever their hands can touch into something more. Indigenous as global, global as homegrown, put the women behind the lens. Pull the dusty manuscripts from their shelves, pull the art into hollowed halls to sit beside the greats, pin our image to canvas and render us immortal. Remind us who we were and how many times we said, yes, there's hope for you here, where we bank on people, where we count on unseen potential. We dare to build from the very idea that dreaming is a fundamental human right. So dream bigger. Dream for a community of people who know that wealth is built by our own hands. Ask us now at 30. Ask us again in 30 more. Was this the founder's dream? Are these the promises made to enrich, transform, restore? Is this what was built with just passion and people? We will answer without flinching. We followed the orange rule and found the beating heart of a people. And we would do it all over again. These are the moments when we recount the years to ask, whose Only a mother knows how miracles happen, how the spark of an idea becomes a heartbeat, how a universe is formed in the quiet of her womb. Only a mother knows how to house a galaxy in her body, how to speak its light into existence and weave the thread of life in her gentle hands. A mother knows how to protect her child, how to swoop down and snatch it from the mouth of any danger, This is what they say. The mother knows best, guided by a spiritual intuition, an umbilical connection to her child. She anticipates every need before it arises. But no one prepares you for this. A body that betrays itself, a muddy gene pool, nerves that jam like a trigger. There is no manual for a lifetime of standing in the gap, of stretching hope to its very limit, of crying out to God, to doctors, hoping madly for anything that can bend time. Fold me back inside my own body to find that errant string of DNA and pluck it at its roots. I want so desperately to gather the mangled cells into my hands, hold them still and beg them to give me back my child, weave them into a chord, a melody, a voice that can call me by name, say, I see you, say, I love you, say, Mama. But only the silence answers back, a shadow of a word, eyes that will not latch on. Fear presses into my belly with open palms, forms a fist that knocks the air out. Strangers' whispers crowd the room, judgment falling from their faces. For the mother of this child, whose body folds forward like a question, they cannot understand this desperate wailing with no language. But I still remember how it felt to house a universe in my belly. The quiet victory of your becoming. So for this child, I reach through membrane and blood memory. Sit with you. Match my body to your rhythm. Vibrate back a love song. Even when your body is a wall I cannot get over, I will still love my way through to you. And I will wait for that one look, one step, one word, the power of one touch. I will offer up my back again and again for my rainbow child who dreams in color, who moves to a divine rhythm even when I cannot hear it, who knew that I could mine joy from this sorrow. Use your laughter as a balm, a kind of healing, so that when they ask about you, I will offer up my voice when yours fails. Snatch you out of the mouth of any danger. Guard your ears from the voice.
into the future today. There is no better way that life can be so simple. Don't make it complicated. 737 is the way. So whatever you do, whoever you are, there is an easy way for everyone. The simple life is just one touch away. Experience the magic starting today. And it all begins with
I wake up in the morning, it's a new day, and I got bills that I have to pay. But I don't need to worry, there's an easy way, easy as. Now you're running late, running out of time. Feels like the world is waiting in line. But all you gotta do is pick up the phone and just dial. There's so much that you can do, so much to explore. Life is waiting for you, so just open up the door. So whatever you do, whoever you are, there is an easy way for everyone. The simple life is just one touch away. Experience the magic starting today. And it all begins with
You see, I don't need to write or cash a check. I don't need data or internet. I have something that's faster than a jet. Just like
what are you talking about? In my business, I deal with cash, but I don't really like to move with cash. So I use something that's very fast, just like 737. You could be a palm wine topper, a teacher, a rapper, a schoolboy, or a school girl, or a trader, a bank MD, a chairman, or a baker. 737. Kagani, very, very simple. Make life easy for different people. So no problem, just use your number 6. No, use 737. There's so much that you can do, so much to explore.
You are magic and moon dust. You are a testament to a love that persists in spite of itself. This gift, this child who is still a miracle, this child who is still mine.
Autism is not a tragedy, ignorance is. My name is Eferele, and today we are at the Johnson Jakande Tinubu Park in Ikeja, Lagos, to talk about autism, a condition that affects how people interact and communicate with the world around them. Let's go talk to people. Can you please educate me a little bit what you know about autism?
Ooh, educate. Okay, I think I know autism to be a medical condition.
So it's a condition that affects the behavior and social skills of a child.
I've heard about it closely because I'm a sibling to someone that has autism.
It's a great way for us to understand that it's not enough to say people are just people.
If you're to hire someone who is on the spectrum, would you hire that person, and what would you do to make the working environment?
Hello, Auntie Blessing. I beg you, send them.
Your call credit has been exhausted.
Where is this girl, sir? Carol? Carol? Go to Auntie Blessing. Tell her to give you sense leave. Uziza, Buddha, Heuru. Fresh ones, though.
Uda, Uru, Uzu, Uza, Uda.
Give me palm oil there.
Palm oil, crayfish. Uta, St. Leaf, crayfish, ice.
Where is this girl now? Where's Carol?
Madam, why don't you just use quick airtime loan from GT Bank? Dial *737 *90 hash. Oh, it's instant.
Really? Who's that? Uda, fresh ones, though. Okay, madam, no problem. No problem.
Auntie, madam said I should collect pepper, onion, palm oil, ice cream. Pepper.
When you can say it clearly, why pass it around? Don't get stranded. Get instant airtime with GT Bank Quick Airtime and Data Loan. Terms and conditions apply.
Quick credit.
nonverbal. And what does that mean? It doesn't mean that they can't understand language. It doesn't mean that they don't use language. But what they might not be great at doing is using words to speak out loud. So a nonverbal child might be able to understand a lot of what you say. They might communicate messages to you through action, through behavior, through eye contact, through body language. That's a child who is still communicating with you, but just not verbally. And when a child is like that, it doesn't mean that that's the only way they will ever communicate with you, but we have to find ways to support them to communicate as best as they can before they have the words and the language to speak.
Sensory processing. How we use our senses to engage our environment. Sensory processing determines how we are going to identify, communicate, and engage those in our immediate environment. A lot of times we focus on just the 5 senses, which is hearing, seeing, smell, taste, and touch, tactile. However, we also have internal senses known as the interoceptive senses, which one must use to be able to fully and effectively communicate with the environment. Once these are impacted, then it poses a challenge with communication. Meltdown. Meltdown is an over-processing, an over-stimulation for an individual. It is not a bad behavior, it is them really reacting to their environment. And we need to be able to give them strategies that are flexible, that work for them, and that are kind and mindful.
I need a lot of money, like $1 billion.
Hello, my name is Divine Adua, and today we are on the streets of Lagos to find out how much people really know about pension. Now, are people really planning for the future, or is retirement the last thing on their minds? Let's find out. When you hear the word pension, what comes to your mind?
What comes to my mind is retirement savings.
Basically, a retirement plan.
Retirement.
Pension is all about retirement. Like when you want to leave the system of working and like start living on what you have invested on.
Money for my future.
Pension is a retirement benefit. So retirement, your place of rest, let me put it that way.
Have you heard of personal pension plan?
I think so.
I do. I have heard of it, but I don't use it.
Yes, I have.
Personal pension plan, no. I'm just hearing it for the first time.
At what age do you need to start planning for retirement?
I think from 40.
It don't depend on any age. When you start working, immediately you start working, start planning your pension.
How much money do you think you need to have before retiring?
Depending on the economic situation at that time, but I would say at least over 20 million. I would say it's for this live comfortably for the rest of my life. I need a lot of money, like $1 billion.
$1 billion?
Yes.
Maybe if you can able to save like 1 million, say no to start up business. No, I'm just talking. It depends how long you stay for the work.
So for me, I don't think a particular amount is needed for retirement, because when you retire, you don't have to work. So you have a lot of expenses, a lot of money to make use of. So I don't think there is or there should be a particular amount that is needed for retirement.
Do you have a retirement plan?
Basically, for now, no.
None for now, seriously.
My retirement plans are for my pension and for my investment.
For now, my retirement plan is just probably when I'm done with working, probably I go back to my own business because I have little business which I'm doing. So I'll go back to that.
If you don't know how to start, a good first step is giving your pension some attention. And that can begin with Guaranty Trust Pension Managers. Let's figure it out together.
Ladies and gentlemen, can we settle down? We are going to start very shortly. Can we all settle down and start to get ready for the restart?
So what is self-injurious? What does that mean? So some children, they hit their heads to the wall and that could hurt that child. That is a form of stemming, but is it great or is it beneficial to the individual? No, it's not. So it's something you would want to work on to ensure that individual is safe.
The word is AAC. It's an augmentative communication device. It's a device is similar to an iPad. What that does is that it helps the child who are mostly nonverbal or who have some verbals, and it helps them communicate. So this device is an alternative for children who are not verbal or children who have some verbal words but don't have enough to express themselves.
Specialist interests. So a lot of autistic people have a range of specialist interests. This can include things such as train, cars, buses, arts, painting, you name it. Anything that you are interested in, you will find an autistic person that also shares that interest. The unique and special thing about people with autism is that they can solely focus on just that one thing for a sustained period of time, which really allows them to be able to develop that skill, to become experts in those things and to be able to thrive. So often we try to stop children from engaging in their specialist interests because we think they're stimming or they're doing something inappropriate. They're just exploring their world. Let them be.
These are the moments when we recount the years to ask, whose dreams did we hold close enough to hear, even as a whisper? In 30 years, we said, you can hold our promise as bond. We built our foundation on these pillars: education, environment, community, art. We adopted schools to call our own, put books back in the rightful hands of children, rebuilt libraries for them to love. We said, you read, said you imagine, the whole world is waiting. We captured the stars in the eyes of athletes, their feet afford rhythm on greener grass, bodies glistening like black gold in the sun. We made what was forgotten new again. We turned waste to play, waste to style, and remembered that discarded does not mean destroyed. We wrapped the heart of a child in orange ribbon and said, this too is a gift. On Massey Street, we covered babies with our care and breathed new life into the walls. On streets across the world, we said, there is no room here. This is how small changes transform the world. Call the artists, our voice, our conscience, the keepers of culture, creators who tell our stories with food and fashion. Turn whatever their hands can touch into something more. Indigenous as global, global as homegrown. Put the woman behind the lens. Pull the dusty manuscripts from their shelves, pull the art into hollowed halls to sit beside the greats, pin our image to canvas, remind us who we were and how many times we said, yes, there's hope for you here, where we bank on people, where we count on unseen potential. We dare to build from the very idea that dreaming is a fundamental human right. So dream bigger. Dream for a community of people who know that wealth is built by our own hands. Ask us now at 30. Ask us again in 30 more. Was this the founder's dream? Are these the promises made to enrich, transform, restore? Is this what was built with just passion and people? We will answer without flinching. We followed the orange rule and found the beating heart of a people. And we would do it all over again. These are the moments when we recount the years to ask, whose dreams did we hold close enough to hear, even as a whisper? In 30 years we said, you can hold our promise as bond. We built our foundation on these pillars: education, environment, community, art. We adopted schools to call our own, put books back in the rightful hands of children, rebuilt libraries for them to love. We said, you read, said you imagine, the whole world is waiting. We captured the stars in the eyes of athletes, their feet afford rhythm on greener grass, bodies glistening like black gold in the sun. We made what was forgotten new again. We turned waste to play, waste to style, and remembered that discarded does not mean destroyed. We wrapped the heart of a child in orange ribbon and said, this too is a gift. On Massey Street, we covered babies with our care and breathed new life into the walls. On streets across the world, we said, there is no room for hunger here. This is how small changes transform the world. Call the artists, our voice, our conscience, the keepers of culture, creators who tell our stories with food and fashion. Turn whatever their hands can touch into something more. Indigenous as global, global as homegrown. Put the women behind the lens. Pull the dusty manuscripts from their shelves, pull the art into hollowed halls to sit beside the greats, pin our image to canvas and render us immortal. Remind us who we were and how many times we said, yes, there's hope for you here, where we bank on people, where we count on unseen potential. We dare to build from the very idea that dreaming is a fundamental human right. So dream bigger. Dream for a community of people who know that wealth is built by our own hands. Ask us now at 30. Ask us again in 30 more. Was this the founder's dream? Are these the promises made to enrich, transform, restore? Is this what was built with just passion and people? We will answer without flinching. We followed the orange rule and found the beating heart of a people. And we would do it all over again.
How many of you remember that? All right, so we're gonna do that. We're gonna do that as well. DJ, if you can give us something, put your hand on your waist like this. Right now, you can just start stretching, just left to right, this way. Yes, good. DJ, if you have something for us, that's good. So you spell your name. So my name is Oluwaseun. So O-L-U-W-A. You're spelling my name. Spell your own name. All right, go ahead. If we can get some music, that would be great. Aha, good, good. You should feel warmed up already. Fantastic. Put your hands together for yourselves, ladies and gentlemen. You may have your seats. So we have just 2 more sessions before we wrap day 1 up. And both are panel discussions. The first will look at transitioning and creating employment pathways for the adults on the spectrum. And this conversation will be moderated by Lola Dada Oli, and would have Whitney Hamo-Ani and Eziafa Kaku Nwokolo.
She's managed to get a university degree as well. But here's the big but. If you're a practitioner, works with individuals, few hands up. And so that's the missing link. We don't have people who are working with adults. If you have people working with adults, then you begin to train them for skills that are relevant to adults. So at what point do you pivot from tying shoelaces to knotting a tie, or is a shoelace relevant? So I guess what I'm saying in a nutshell is that you've got to know when to pivot into relevant intervention. What are we missing? We're missing how to train that child to interview for a job. My daughter has been looking for a job for the past, well, first of all, she came back to Nigeria, got a job down the road, and after a couple of months, it was a nightmare. We soon realized that the environment did not understand her. The language that they were speaking was not meant for her. So Lanre is working with me and my daughter. Typical example. So Lanre is sweeping or mopping the floor around me. And I'm asking Lanre, what are you doing? Lanre goes, I'm coming. Lanre, what are you doing? I'm coming, don't worry. Lanre comes near me with his mop. I don't like mops. What do you think I'm going to do? I've been asking you, what are you doing? You've been saying I'm coming. Of course, I'm going to lash out. I'm going to take your mop and I'm going to break it. Why do you think that happened? Because language is a barrier. The environment does not understand how these individuals function. So that's why I said there's a lot. And so we had to quickly take her out. I tried to educate the environment, the office. They were not listening to me. So I figured, well, let me take my precious cargo out. So I removed her and we sent her back out to go and do another skill acquisition. She's been looking for a job for 1 year and she hasn't got a job. Why? Because they're interviewing her the way they're interviewing neurotypicals. My daughter can't interview as a neurotypical. You cannot ask her questions the same way you ask everybody else. You cannot set exams for her the same way you set exams for everybody. So HR has to change. And that is the reason I've gone back to school again. I was just telling Tonya to do OBM so I can advise organizations on how to work with neurotypical individuals. So like I said, there's a whole lot I can go on, but let me let Tonya say something and then we can come back.
Really quick, I want to interject, Tonya, really quick. You made multiple amazing points, but I think what you're trying to say at the end of the day is that clarity is kindness, and clarity comes in different forms.
Exactly.
And those interviewing need to be flexible enough to understand the fullness of their potential employees, because one size does not fit all. So, Tonya. What are your thoughts?
All right, so my daughter Simone, she's 10. She has Down syndrome and autistic traits. And she's doing great. She's the ambassador for FOSS ABA Center, and she's growing up. And we've put everything possible that could, blood, sweat, and tears. And you see this person growing up, right? Puberty is happening. I have to think beyond school. Oh my God, I have to think beyond school. And I had to start picturing, what does that actually mean? What does it look like? What is her potential? What is even available to her? Who will accept her? So like you have a million questions that are going through your head, and I have to find a way for her. Now, if I'm having this thought, there must be thousands, hundreds of thousands of other parents having the same thing. What's in place? My foundation is called Simone's Oasis. It's named after her. And really what we do is a direct line from what we need as a family. So as she grows, I guess our mission grows too. And I was lucky enough to work with Dr. Ziffi over here. I ran a program called the Neurodiverse Creators Lab, which is about building pathways for neurodiverse youth into Nigeria's creative industries. It's important because here, unfortunately, you can talk about something and people won't see it. So I find that I don't bother to talk about it, I just go and do it. And we're able to do it. And I think it's really, really important for us as parents first to envision the possibilities and think of how can we actually make this a reality so other people can see it, can follow it, can do it, and we can really build frameworks that exist for these young people as they grow, so that if they are lucky enough to be able to go to university, there are jobs that they can do, not out of pity, but because they fit those jobs that are needed. So, I mean, that's a start. I could talk about so much, but there's more to talk about.
For background, Tony, I'm in a very, very similar position. I have 2 teenage children on the autism spectrum, a boy and a girl, age 15 and 13. My 13-year-old is minimally verbal, maximum opinionated. And my older one is what you would call twice exceptional. He would be classified as gifted as well as on the spectrum. So I too think a lot about how I'm not only raising my children right now, but what does the 21-year-old version look like, the 30-year-old version look like? So transitioning from school to the workplace, Whitney, let's talk task analysis. How do we break down jobs in a way to
Dr. Ziffi.
Excuse me, I'm a Yoruba girl that they raised in Chicago. Mabinu. Also known as Dr. Ziffi. I'll be using Dr. Ziffi. So, to Dr. Ziffi's earlier point about, tied to my point about clarity being kindness, you move from school to the workplace. You go from special ed for some to the workplace. What is task analysis? What is breaking down your job role or your job description into digestible chunks for the neurodivergent worker? What does that look like?
Thank you. Yes. So a task analysis is a term that we use in applied behavior analysis to look at something. For example, like a behavior of washing your hands is not just as simple as wash your hands. Maybe we give the instruction, wash your hands, but there's so many steps in that, right? First, I need to go walk into the bathroom. I need to turn on the water. I need to wet my hands. So this is an example of a task analysis, and they're used a lot for teaching self-help skills, but we can also use it, and often use it for teaching vocational skills as well. So what we want to do, I think sometimes we also just think like, oh, this is a good vocational skill to teach this child. But before I'm spending all this time teaching them and working on creating a task analysis, I should make sure that this is something that the child, or sorry, I'm saying child, the adult is interested in, and is something that they would also very much enjoy, right? Because if I'm teaching a skill and they're not going to enjoy it, that's not a skill I want to be teaching for vocation. We all want to enjoy our work, and I think those of us up here really enjoy the work that we do. I don't want to be supporting someone in learning something that they're not going to be enjoying. So that's kind of step one. But once you identify what type of skill you want to be teaching, we would need to look at all those little steps that come in there. And there's a couple of different ways you can do a task analysis in how you're teaching it. But I would start by identifying it and then start breaking it down yourself, step by step. And you may think that you've written down all the steps, but what I would like you to do is give that order to someone else to read to you while you're completing the steps, and you might find you probably missed a few steps in there as well. So what we do with a task analysis is we use that to teach one aspect of the skill step by step. So maybe I'm going to start with what we call a forward chain, and I'm teaching just the first step. Let's do an example here. I want to teach an adult how to work in a restaurant and set a table, right? So the first step might be that I need to pick up the bin that has all the items inside and take it over to the table. So that would be the first step, and I'm teaching that step first. I'm not worried about all the other steps. I'm only focused on that one step, and I'm using different prompting. This could be like a 3-hour talk, but I'm using different prompting, and I also want to use maybe environmental cues, because I don't want the person to become dependent on me saying, pick up that, take it to the table. Because if you're talking through the steps, they're going to become dependent on you. You need to teach it in a way that they can do it completely independently without anyone else there. So I'm going to teach that one step at a time and be reinforcing that step after they complete it. And once they've really got it, maybe then I'm going to teach the next step. So now, when I say set the table, Dr. Ziffi will get the container, take it over to the table. She's done that independently, great. Now I'm teaching the next step, which is to pick up the placemat and put it down. So that would be my next teaching step. And you build that way. There's a couple of different ways you can teach, but that would be one of the main ways of teaching using a task analysis.
Dr. Ziffi, now taking your personal experience now mixed with your recent academic experience, knowing what you know now about the difficulty in your daughter's job search, how could, if you were able to better control that process, let's say you were able to teach all who need to be taught, how would you walk us through maybe her interview process and how it can be more accessible for everyone?
So I have another nephew who's on a spectrum, okay? And he's also been looking for a job for 1 year. And, you know, these days, when you apply, there are some questions, I think they're AI generated or something, and he never gets through that stage. So here we are considering, should we have a family member take that so he gets through the door, right? However, here's the big but. If you do that and he gets through the door, what's going to happen at the next stage? And this is where I want us to ask ourselves the question, are we interviewing for skills? Are we interviewing for a position? Do I look at a CV and say, this is the person's qualification? Or do I leave the CV, yes, you've done something, and bring the person in and do a hands-on, okay? I've had to invigilate adults in exam situation, autistic adults. So we had the ones that would examine independently in a room, would have the ones that would talk out loud. They need to read the questions. So what are organizations doing? And that's why I say systems. It's okay before you jump to the task analysis, and this is where I knock behavior analysts as well. I'm one of them. So we knock ourselves. Why am I jumping to do something that I think is what I've been taught to do without looking at the person's need? So organizations do need to bring behavior analysts. You need to bring OBMS into the room to help you through the process. And this isn't about HR. It's not HR at all. So we need to have processes in place that caters to the individual in such a way that they interview properly. Okay? And this also goes back to kind of like in school. It's all linked. I'm in school and you're insisting that I should write my exam the way everybody does it. What's wrong with you reading out the questions to me and having me respond? So what's wrong with you on the day of the interview asking me questions that are skill related? So if you say that I'm a data, let me use my daughter for example. She's a business, she keeps telling me business analysis is what she did. I've given her spreadsheets or data that's 2 years worth of data, and this child cranks it out in 1 week. So what stops me from giving her data and say, look, I see you're a business analyst, do something with this data? She might not be able, definitely, to communicate vocally what it is that you're looking for, but her actions will speak louder than words. Acceptance in action. So if I took her to a GTB, for instance, and say, hey, she needs a job, what are they going to do? Interview her the regular way? I would be expecting that somebody in their data department who's looked at her CV would think about doing things differently. So that we really need to, if we really want to embed them in the workforce, we have to rethink a lot of processes. We need to rethink systems. We need to have loads of paradigm shifts. We can't afford to be stuck in the same rut way and expecting it to work.
Fantastic. So I'm just going to jump on that and I think just give kind of the practical example of what we actually did end to end. So we did a 6+ week program, 9 individuals. We received funding from American Express and Tides Foundation. And we took them through film production with Conley Afolayan Productions. Then we took them through music production with Chocolate City. And then we took them through animation with Smith's Animation. Now, before we even had them come, and these are young people aged 16 to about 40 with different neurodevelopmental challenges. Half of them were autistic. The rest were Down syndrome, cerebral palsy, and global developmental delay. Before we even started the course, there were weeks before where we were running through curriculum, right? What is it actually going to look like? What are each of them capable of? So a rate. So we have to kind of think about how is that going to actually function and play in real life. Because one thing is you want them to be able to achieve. You don't want them to be missing the mark because that's really demoralizing. We want to empower them, right? We want to say, hey, you can do this, you can learn, you can try, and we want you to. And then apart from that, we had Shades of Life. Dr. Ziffi took the helm and trained 19 of the staff and facilitators in ABA for everyday life. And I was really nervous. I was really nervous because as parents of these young people, it is a risk every time when we speak about them, when we talk about our experiences, when we take them out. And I wasn't sure how people were going to react to them. But they took it on fully, enthusiastically, engaged, participated, so much so that when we started, we could see them applying what they had learned in the classroom, teaching their cohorts, right? So we're going through this process. There's things that happen, but we have shadow teachers in the classrooms with them as well to reinforce, but also to guide, but just in the background. They're not taking over. We want them to be independent. We want them to support each other. We want them to learn not only from the teachers, but from each other. Some of them have been isolated for so long that they could have been classified nonverbal. They weren't, but no friends, you stay in the house all day. But within the first 24 hours, making friends, talking, speaking, dancing, learning, within a safe and structured environment. And it's really, really important that all these elements kind of came together. Now, the worry is, okay, we've done this, you've graduated, you've got your certificate, what next? And we were blessed enough that, I guess, people had heard about what we were doing, and the head of Trace contacted me, and he wanted to come out and see what we were doing. And he came out to the animation studio, and he was blown away. And by the time he left there, he said, when we're done, send the CVs of those we think could handle an internship. And that blew my mind, because that's like a dream, right? You're doing this, but you don't know where it's going to end up. Simultaneously, we were at INSA, that's International Society for Autism Research, and I attended a presentation there about, preparing young people for the workplace. I was like, this is good, let me sit and learn. And they had created a free toolkit to help workplaces prepare for getting these young individuals to be able to understand how the employment is going to be, how the work is going to be, how the environment is going to be, how to adapt according to the needs of the individual. So it's a dual relationship, right? It's not just, oh, you're looking for a young person to enter the workplace. Is the workplace prepared? How are we going to prepare them? And I see my child in every single one of these. So I'm thinking of my child when I'm advocating for other children, other young people. And we must prepare the workplaces. Now, I was lucky enough to have people who were interested in what we were doing. And 2 of our cohorts are currently in the internships, right? But then we got to the internship stage, and I'm like, what am I doing? Right? I'm kind of making it up as we go along. No, there's no playbook. Okay, Trace, do you have questions you're going to ask? We need those questions. I wanted to be there for the interviews, and they were. And this interview was more like a party. I don't even know. It was fun and engaging. And one of the guys is partially verbal, but we'd figured out how to do the communication with him. And they both got the internship. One is actually being offered a full-time job now at Trace. So we have to take the risks, but we have to understand, like, it's a holistic view we have to take. Us parents cannot do everything. Therapists, specialists cannot do everything. School cannot do everything. Employers cannot do everything, but we must all work together, and we must have kind of common ground, common tools used that can be recreated across different industries.
I think what we're saying is, as a society, we really do need to redefine what professional means. I think traditionally we've all looked at what professional means through a very, very narrow lens. And to Dr. Ziffi's earlier point about a paradigm shift, we can't talk about inclusion in the workplace without talking about, if there's beauty in the eye of the beholder, there needs to be beauty in the eye of the job evaluator. How I very important. Traditionally, where I work, even the way we interview has changed over time to be far more neuro-inclusive. Because when you look at someone who may not have eye contact, traditionally, that may have been interpreted as they're just not engaged, they don't care, they're not dedicated to the role, not knowing that there could be neurodevelopmental reasons why I don't look you directly in the eye. So knowing that, that has to change. And it makes me wonder, we have an entire lost generation. Think about how many people did not get employed because they didn't look somebody in the eye. Another big challenge is self-identification. Because the workplace, when managers don't build a sense of psychological safety, am I safe to say I have autism? What happens if they know? Are they going to treat me any differently? that doesn't just manifest itself in school, it manifests itself in the workplace. And we've learned at JP Morgan that the number one reason why just in multiple foundation work, the number one knowing that the workplace doesn't always feel safe, I ask each and every one of you this question. How do we advocate for our young and older people on the spectrum in the workplace? How do we help them best advocate for themselves so that they can feel safe to self-ID?
It's about helping them learn these skills to be able to self-advocate, right? To be able to recognize when they're not in a safe situation, to be able to have some way to communicate with others and share in that. But I think that also comes into building connections within the workplace where they have, it's those soft skills that are tough. They're tough to build. And it's also, we don't just want to teach masking either, right? So I'm a little stuck because it's a little bit of a tricky conversation of, I don't want to teach masking, but also the work environment may not be ready yet. So what do we do? Can I pass that on to you?
Okay, so one thing I know I've done with I mean, I'm very practical. I don't have time for airs. Is that I sat my daughter down and gave her a little bit of education on what autism is all about, how it's affected her, and how she can speak for herself. And after that, we went ahead to buy her the lanyard. And I said to her, you wear this lanyard when you're going into spaces where you're not given the first opportunity to explain yourself. As we know, autism has no physical markers, right? So the lanyard will go before her to open the door. So if people understand what it's about, if it's in the UK and where it's a sunflower, I can't remember what we got, but I think hers says kindness and all sorts of, I made her choose whatever it is that she wanted. So she likes it. Choice is important. That way she'll wear it. And so she wears that into spaces where the first encounter wouldn't be to give her a chance. And so that speaks. Following that, she then begins to explain. So now if you ask her a question, she will pause and say to you, please, can you repeat that? I don't understand it. I didn't hear what you said. And then she will ask again in her own words, is this what you mean for understanding? You know, so I think it's important that whilst we're building the environment and trying to get spaces to understand this population, you also, like Sholape said, start from home. Empower them. Empower her siblings. Empower everybody around her. Talk. The more we speak and the more I tell her to speak up for herself, what she does sometimes is that now she'll just quickly send me a message, Mommy, this happened, I'm going for this interview. So all I've said to her is, send your dad and I the questions or the job definition up front so we can look at it and guide you. But I'm not going to be in that space speaking for you. Otherwise, you become like a very prompt dependent. I don't want that. My prayer is to die before my children, and then I'll leave them behind. Like I say to people, unless I have an appointment and I know the exact time I'm dying and I want to commit murder, then I'll take her and die with me. But for as long as that's not happening, I better be doing what is right by her, which is teaching her to own her identity, teaching her to speak up for herself, teaching her to say to people, I don't like what you're doing, and this is why I don't like it. Very politely. She doesn't like loud noises. She will politely come up to you and say, can you turn it down? Or she'll remove herself from the environment. So these, I think, and there's a whole lot, like I said. She's 25, so you can imagine what I've had to deal with for 25 years. Abby? 22 years of intervention and counting. So...
So I look at it kind of in two ways, right? I look at the fact that I have a 10-year-old, she's in school. So for the 7 years I've writing children's book. I can't remember now, I'm getting old. My aim was like, okay, I love her to bits. She lights up the room everywhere she goes. But what if someone else there doesn't get it? I need other people, I need, constituency members for her, right? So I'm gonna write these children's book, one book, we're in 8 books now. But it helps children to understand, because not everybody goes to school with her, right? And with that understanding, the continuous character, they not only love her character, they love the family, right? They can see themselves as a black family, but they can also take interest in this character, so that when they meet that autistic child or that child with a disability in their class, they're interested. They want to get to know that child, right? And you'll find that they will be the advocates, not only for your child, but they will be the advocates in their own sphere of influence. So that's on the one side. Then on the other side, my background is TV and film production, so I spent a lot of time pitching shows to corporate organizations, right? So somehow, as an NGO, you're always looking for money. So we're always pitching. And one of the things I say to them is that, look, your organization is made up of human beings. You think you're not already a neurodiverse organization. Human beings, you have people inside here who are neurodivergent. Are you helping them? What are you doing? You don't want to make money, because do you know happy employees? You make more money, then they sit up and listen. Why? Because when we feel supported as employees within an organization, we work better. We're more efficient at our job. We're better at our jobs. We want to be there. And that shows on the bottom line. So I approach it as like this. Number one, those parents who have kids who are neurodivergent, do you know who they are? Do they even feel like they can talk to their colleague who they've been working with for 10 years but doesn't know they have an autistic child? What kind of environment are you nurturing, right? And then what about the neurodivergent or autistic young person or older person in your organization? How are you supporting them to have space to optimize the way they learn or the way they do their job so that it's carried out more efficiently, where they feel supported, and where the whole team in which they are part of is actually really, really doing well and thriving within your organization, because they'll be happy to be there.
We've talked a lot today already about holistic living, right? So holistic. From birth, from cradle to grave, what does inclusion look like? Now, in a perfect world that you all could design, from school, so from early childhood to elementary school, to secondary school, to the workplace, to potentially for some, university, and then on to the workplace. What are things we can do to make things more inclusive so that by the time it's time to enter the workplace, things are more accessible than they are right now?
What can we do in those settings?
Yes, so earlier on in the process, we're focused now at the end goal, but to get there, it takes several steps.
So I come from this more from a lens of living in Ghana versus Nigeria. And I know primarily in Ghana still special education and those with disabilities are placed outside of the classroom, right? There isn't even special ed programs in any of the public school settings. Each region has a special education center for the 16 regions. So that's only 16 schools. Now, I think to get there, to even start thinking about this piece, is we have to look at what systems can we change to incorporate more special educators into our public school settings, to then even be able to consider having proper inclusion happening. Someone said it earlier today that inclusion is not just a chair in the room, right? We need to look at the whole picture. And setting up the child for the best success. So I think that is a piece that I would like to see more of, especially within the Ghana system, is having, there are many people trained in special education. There's university programs up through PhD in special ed, but you do not see them in the public school setting. So I think that would be a system change that needs to happen before you can even talk about inclusion too much. They talk about it, they say it should happen, but the reality on the ground is these kids are just kicked out. They're sent home. And if they happen to live close enough to one of those regional schools, maybe they get to go, but it's often overrun with lots of children, not many teachers, and so therefore it's more babysitting than education. So inclusion, there's a lot of steps we need to take before we get to actual inclusion occurring, but that system change is an important piece.
I think the issue is, what's the definition of inclusion? Okay, is inclusion all of us here sitting in the same room? We're included in this space. Or is inclusion leaving me to sit where I am and you all do your own thing? Inclusion, okay? But I want to talk to the parents that are in the room, parents like myself. You need to understand your child. Cholake alluded to that earlier. You need to realize that there's a problem. Because if you don't realize that there's a challenge and accept it, then you're not going to look for help. So start by agreeing that it's not the witches, wizards, your in-laws, and whoever is chasing you, and agree that there's a problem. It took me 1 year to come out of my doldrum, and all that sort of thing. But it didn't stop me from doing what needed to be done. So when parents realize that there's a problem and accept there's a problem, and then they can look for help. Now, what sort of help you look for is also critical. I'm not talking about professionals or whatever just yet. Do you understand? If you understand your child and say, this child can be an athlete, this child can go to school, then it kind of tailors the sort of help, and also to realize that it's teamwork, like Tonya said. So if you come to me, if Shalakbe comes to me and I'm saying to her, Shalakbe, I think your child can, be the next Messi or something. She shouldn't be fighting me because her entire family is made up of professors and co. I mean, this is how we are in our family. Pause so that you can give that child the right support. That is the definition of inclusion. It doesn't have to fit the mold that we have in our brain, that we have in our mind, that the person must do what the rest of us are doing. That's not inclusion. That's punishment as far as I'm concerned. So include me by accepting me for who I am, how I behave, and the actions that you take, like it says, acceptance in action, are then determined by what you have, we've agreed that I can.
Normal. Me, I'm not normal, but I guess I'm classified as normal. So I think we're so rigid in that, in what we believe is normal or what typical behavior is, but we each and every one of us experience something that is strange about ourselves. We all have something. So I think it would be to broaden that definition, and with that broadening that definition, it changes how we approach learning and education and the tools we use, right? It's not going to be rigid. Oh, you must write down for exam. Okay, but what if I can use my voice, but I don't write? Okay, what if I use a keyboard? What if I can't do anything, but there's a device that does it for me connected to my brain tics? I don't know, I'm not a scientist, but you know what I mean. So I think for that, that's something that we should all be encouraged to do, because it really does change and pivot how we approach learning. My daughter was having issues. She couldn't stay still, everywhere, just escapist. At one point, that was her nickname, escapist. Some parents said, try art with her. I can't draw from save my life. I'm not inclined that way. But we took the advice, and the first time I ever saw her sit still was 45 minutes art. And she's been painting ever since, 3 years in. So it just shows that if we can broaden our perspective of what it means, then it kind of increases what the possibilities are for these young people, for all aspects, really.
So sitting down and thinking through, we've talked about literally from the diagnosis, Dr. Ziffi, changing that mindset, and then going from elementary school to high school to the workplace. How do we, as a society, do better in teaching managers in a job-specific way? What can we do in our workplaces, whatever our sphere of influence is? What can we do to further the conversation so that this can go more from discussion to actual action?
I think it's important to look at different models and things that have been successful, not just in the West, but in other locations too. I know briefly we talked about there's a model with the Lemon Tree Hotel in India that has been very successful in employing individuals with disabilities and also with autism. And so I think it's important if you are a business owner to look at some of these models, look at ways that they have been able to be successful, and stop to look at, I think we sometimes have an idea of the type of positions that would work for someone with autism, but they're all unique individuals, right? And I think any job could be fitting. And like you mentioned, there are many businesses and places that already have neurodiverse people working there, right? So I don't think we need to settle in and think that this is the type of job that I could carve out for an adult with autism to come work at my business. I think we need to take it from a larger lens and then look at some of these different models that could be helpful guides in what has been successful.
I think for me it's simple. Be open-minded. Have job coaches. If I put on my CV that I'm autistic, don't go, oh, that shouldn't be your first response. It should be more like, okay, can we have a conversation? Do you have a job coach? This is something they do in the US, quite a bit. So where's your job coach? Who can come with you? There was an interview that my daughter was going for, and I had to tell the oldest sister to go with her. Just in case, just be by the side in case she needs anything to explain. That's the, I think that one too, they asked her if there was somebody that could come with her, So have job coaches. There's nothing wrong with having an interview buddy. A job coach. If I tell you I'm a quadriplegic, don't go, oh, your first thought should be, where do I put the ramps? How do I get your chair up into the office? So I think it's really important for we as human beings and rights to change our perspective. If we can't do that, if we don't change our perspective, all of these things that we're saying here, we'll come back again and we'll still be saying it. It may now be acceptance in something, I don't know. But let's act by changing how we're thinking and how we respond when we see somebody, Doesn't hurt.
Sorry, Ziffi, you just killed me with that. I think there's a couple of ways in that we have to open our minds to what the possibilities could be, which means as the children are developing, have we exposed them to try different things, number one, right? What can you even do? Let's find out. Because how will you know what to apply for when we don't even know what you can do? So number one, what do you want? What can you try? Or what's in our capacity for us to make available to you? What are the things that are free that you can learn? And from there, in observing the feedback, you can kind of begin to see, oh, I can see he enjoys this. Oh, she's actually pretty good for this. Okay, that means there's a number of skills, jobs she could be applying for. And then the other thing is who are the organizations, who are the workplaces, the restaurants, the salon, the schools, who are even open to this first. Let's identify the ones we don't even have to convince. They want to try. Okay, we have to find a way for them to learn about this, to train about this, to provide opportunities for them to engage, interact, and see for themselves. And then we see, okay, how can these structures to be built within these businesses to be able to willingly employ these young people who have autism or other neurodevelopmental challenges. So for me, I'll give you an example, is that it took me a year to find, it's quite sad to say, right? Because I think my daughter is amazing. A gymnastics center that would take my child. They all refused until a few months ago. They were like, no, we don't want to, we don't take that kind, we can't do this. And I'm looking at this child and I'm like, but why not? She's God's gift, man, you're missing, you know? But I found one. They had never had any experience with someone like her, but they were willing. And that's all you need. You can work with willing. So sometimes too, we have to realize we can't always force it. Let's work with those who are willing. From there, everybody else will see, and we'll begin to have that domino effect.
Can I ask a question, Lola? So it just popped in my head. I don't know. Does GTB kind of have a list of people who listen to them, organizations that they can think of partnering with? They say, oh, we're doing all of this thing about autism. Can you work with our partners to, that may answer your question, Tonya.
I don't know whether they have it, but they should. Tosin, write it down.
Hopefully that'll be just the beginning of what is possible. So we will end there. Thank you everyone.
Thank you
You're
very
welcome.
much.
Thank
you.
Can we put our hands together for this lovely panel one more time? Let's have our panelists stand for a photograph. Awesome, guys. Awesome. Amazing. I love it. The music is on, so we need some dancing back to your seats. Can we put our hands together one more time for Lola, Dada, Oli, Whitney, Hamel, Annie, Dr. Ezia Fakaku Wokolo, as well as Tonye Faluge Ekeze. Thank you so much. That was really beautiful. And clearly, we need to have those employment pathways created. Adults on the spectrum. I was telling someone not long ago that I suspect I'm on the spectrum myself. Yes. And you might actually just be on the spectrum. But somehow, we've made it through by just having the right environment, people that through the years have loved and shown us compassion and helped us develop properly. So, yeah, but I probably still need to it's not, Dr. Larry, I always call you doctor. I forget you're not a doctor. Mr. Duile, it's not too late for me to do an assessment, right? I actually need to. We've been saying this for like 5 or 6 years, but I need to confirm my status. All right, now we want to talk about family systems. We really want to focus on parents. I know a number of people are wondering about questions and how we can make these sessions interactive. But we want to, because there are 1,000,001 questions. It's a really big conference, but we want to attend to questions from parents. We want to give priority to questions from parents. Right. So this panel is going to. Yes. Okay, got it. Yes, fantastic. So we're going to make sure that we attend to questions after, but we're going to prioritize questions from parents. All right, so our moderator for this final panel is Damilola Coker. Can we put our hands together for Damilola Coker as we bring her up? Damilola is the founder and clinical director of Ireti Counseling and Wellness, where she provides culturally responsive mental health care that is focused on healing, personal growth, and mental wellness. A licensed professional counselor, supervisor, she specializes in anxiety, trauma, parenting support, postpartum mental health, and family dynamics, integrating evidence-based therapeutic approaches to meet the unique needs of individuals and families. Through her clinical practice, writing, and advocacy, Damilola is dedicated to promoting mental wellness and fostering inclusive, supportive communities. Can we make Damilola feel welcome one more time? It's her first time at the Autism Conference. Camille Proctor, ladies and gentlemen. Can we put our hands together for Camille? Camille is an internationally recognized autism advocate and founder of the Color of Autism Foundation, established in 2009 to address disparities in autism awareness, diagnosis, and support for Black and underserved communities. She served on the Interagency Coordinating Committees, IACCC, advising on federal research priorities and cross-agency coordination. She's an alumna of the Harvard Nonprofit Leadership Cohort of 2024 and Stanford University Nonprofit Leadership Cohort of 2025 and the American Express Common Purpose Leadership Cohort. Now I'm going to put Camille on the spot, right? She's not expecting this, but we're going to do this in advance. Can we just say happy birthday, Camille, in advance?
Happy birthday!
I got you. In advance. Okay, let's put our hands together for Camille one more time. Joining this is Osezusi Boledeoku, international behavior analyst, autism advocate, and parent. Osezusi is an educational psychologist, an international behavior analyst specializing in neurodiversity and special education, founder of Force Abba Center and Creative Hub, where she leads innovative, creative, and evidence-based approaches to behavioral intervention and inclusive education. Zusi has shared her work on international platforms such as this one, GTCO Autism Conference, and the INSA annual meeting in 2025. Can we put our hands together for Zusi? Last and certainly not least is Cynthia Adana Ebonine. Let's make some noise for her. Also her first time at the GTCO Autism Conference. She's an educator, diversity and inclusion consultant, founder of Education with Cynthia, and she is from Italy, right? And Education with Cynthia is Italy's first educational platform dedicated to supporting parents of Afro-Italian children and youth. Drawing on both her professional expertise and lived experience as a mother of an autistic child, she advocates for inclusive education, disability awareness, and culturally responsive learning. She was recognized by Vogue Italy's Black Carpet Award, Leader of Change, and Cynthia, you can tell that's her Italian name. Her Nigerian name is Adana. Adana continues to champion equity, representation, and meaningful inclusion. Ladies and gentlemen, your panel is set, and I hand over to Damilola.
Hello, everyone. So before we begin, I want to set you up with success because I have a background in education, and when I speak, I want to make sure that every single participant can get the best out of what we're going to talk about today. So thank you, Mr. Sheon, so much for giving us an introduction. My name is Damilola Coker. I'm a licensed professional counselor, and that's just a fancy way of saying that I'm a therapist. But I want to share a couple of things that is not on the bio. It's not in the booklet. So you guys want to pay attention very, very well. Some of you are nosy, so I know you're going to listen. Number one, I am a single mom of 2 boys. Okay, let that sink in. Somebody said, oh, it's not oh. We'll talk about that later. Number 2, my boys' ages are ages 5 and 7. And my 7-year-old is neurodivergent. Oh, somebody said, oh, why are you ohing? It's okay. It's all right. And last but not least, last week I celebrated 5 years of being the founder and clinical director of my practice, Ireti Counseling. Yes, you can clap. Thank you. Thank you. Please clap for me.
So this moment is very much so full circle moment for me. With my practice, I serve Nigerian American women who are processing trauma and so many different things in spaces. So I thank you guys for allowing me to share this space and this stage with all these brilliant people and these speakers from today. But enough about me before they take the mic away. I am honored to be sitting here with 3 Oloris, 3 queens. They are queens in their own perspective spaces. And I've learned so much already today since I've landed, and I can't wait to hear what these women have to say. My role is to help guide you on a conversation. I want it to feel like we are in my living room and you're kind of listening in, you're peeking into what we're saying. So I want it to be as authentic as possible because my goal is to share a little bit of the humanity of being a caregiver, right? Raise your hand if you are a parent. Are you a parent or a caregiver? There's still a lot of people left, but thank you for those of us staying, yes. So a lot of us are caregivers, and as a human, you have a lot of feelings, you have emotions, you have things that come with being a caregiver. So I want to shed light on that in our conversation today. Secondly, I want to speak on the mental health challenges of caregivers, right? I'm a licensed professional counselor. I am not a specialist in autism, but I do support women who what we have called disenfranchised grief. When they learn a diagnosis, there's sadness, right? There's shame that's surrounded around the diagnosis. So I want the women on this stage to be able to speak to that. And last but not least, I want to give you hope. I want you to leave here with hope. And I know someone's thinking, oh, that's so fluffy, hope this, hope that. My practice is called Ireti, and Ireti means what? Thank you. Yes, no. The DSM-5, which is a Bible, it is the Diagnostic Statistic Manual that we use to diagnose depression. It literally says a sense of hopelessness. So I want to give you hope because the theme says acceptance in, you cannot act if you do not have hope. Let that sink in. You cannot act if you do not have hope, right? You have to have a little bit of faith that this thing that they're doing, this tool that they're giving me is going to allow me to be the best caregiver, parent, whatever, for my, yes, you can clap. I like the clapping, yes, now. They should invite me back to Nigeria, guys, but let me keep going. So I believe that we're gonna have an awesome time today. I believe we're going to learn a lot, so let's get into it. Oh, really quickly, I wanna make sure you're awake. What do you think all 4 of us have in common? Shout it if you know it. I'm not hearing it. Oh, somebody said parents.
Beauty.
We are all parents on this panel. So that is the lens from which we're going to be having this conversation, all right? All right, so let's get into it. The first question, it can go to either one of you ladies. In one word, can you describe a caregiver's journey and why? Your journey as a caregiver and why? In one word. I'll let it sink.
In one word.
Yeah, one. You can give me 1, 2, 3, okay. Whatever.
More than one, yeah.
Okay, yes.
I think it's experiential and it's very personal. It's very individualized. So what a caregiver A experiences is different from what caregiver B experiences. So I mean, it's very experiential and individualized, yeah.
Camille, you got yours?
Mind-blowing.
Why?
So for me, what I thought I would be doing at this stage of my life, I'm not doing. I'm doing something different. And so the trajectory of my son's journey has brought me here to all of you. I wouldn't know any of you people if it wasn't for my son Ari. I never expected, I never really cared that much. Sure, I knew people that had disabilities, but advocating for him, which brought me into advocating for others, has brought me more fulfillment than the yacht, the Jaguar, and the Bentley, and the big house that I was supposed to have on the trajectory and path that I was on prior to him.
Yeah, thank you for sharing that. Adana?
For me personally, voice. Voice to advocate, voice to express our needs and expectations, voice to talk to the right people, voice to make myself and my daughter's experience understood, particularly because being Italian Nigerian, I live in a country and I'm raising a child in a country that is predominantly white. Yeah. Now, I know that that may not be the case in Nigeria, but I've had to be very vocal and use my voice in a way that made people understand that even when it comes to AAC devices, I needed and I wanted, I demanded that, you know, the symbols had the color of our skin.
Yeah.
So I would say voice.
Oh, thank you so much for that. Adana, I'm going to stick with you. So you talk about voice being the theme and the word to describe your journey. Where did you feel like in your caregiver journey you struggled to find your voice? And is it because of lack of support? What caused that?
Before I go into the question,
yes,
permit me to thank all GTB organizers and the management, Camille, and all the people who are doing an amazing job.
Yes, this
was top notch. It was perfect. Not just the organization, it went beyond that. Action to get all of us together. So thank you. I used to join virtually, and I've joined for the past 10 years. Wow. I wrote my dissertation and made my research and did my research on autism simply because of this space.
Oh,
so
wow.
Thank you.
Amazing, amazing.
Met most of you through that.
Yeah.
So thank you.
Absolutely.
So the question was, how did
you struggle to find your voice as a caregiver, and what caused that struggle?
I would say lack of support. Once again, my experience is that of a Nigerian mom in diaspora. So having the right set of people, because getting a nanny, let's be honest, is easy, right? If you have the money, you pay for the support. What is not easy is getting the right kind of nanny, the one who understands your child and the needs of not just the child, but the family, right? So I would say that was my biggest challenge.
Yeah, I appreciate that. Camille, what do you think surprised you the most about your son's diagnosis? You talked about, you know, you saw your life going this trajectory, but then you quickly had to like shift. So what do you feel like was the most surprising thing that prepared you for his journey?
The most surprising thing that prepared me?
Yeah, I think what prepared you? What surprised you, and then what prepared you? You can answer one or the other.
So the thing that surprised me, and I guess I shouldn't have been surprised, was the lack of support within my own community, with people that had my own skin. You know, I live in America. My parents were immigrants, but still, I lived in America. And we have people who look like me that just told me to beat him. No one really had the patience, and no one really wanted to understand just what was needed to support an individual on the spectrum, which is basically what led me on my journey. I mean, as many of you who have organizations, we started it when our children were small, and then we've taken a journey, and it's grown as our children have grown. So I guess the surprising thing is that still, my son is 20 years old, and we're still talking about inclusion and acceptance 18 years later after his diagnosis. I think it's good that we're having a conversation, but I think it's also very sad at the same time.
Yeah. I think there would be a lot of parents in the room that also would feel like there's a lack of support. I see some head nods. Anyone else nod your head? Lack of, yes. Oh, somebody said no? Okay, we'll talk about that one tomorrow. Let's keep going. All right, so Susie, what do you feel like changed how you practice when you became a parent? So when you became a parent, did that change how you showed up as a behavior analyst?
Okay, my journey actually started as a teacher. So I was a teacher, then I had my twins, and my twins, they came in early, and my son showed signs of developmental delays and all that. So yeah, for me, because I was already a teacher in an inclusive school, I was fortunate to have some sort of awareness and information on autism, but I didn't know what I was dealing with, actually. And at that point, I needed to learn for myself. So I would say that as a parent or as a caregiver, you need to just sometimes do it yourself.
That's tiring.
No, yeah, because and that's what every one of us have done.
That's true.
When you see that there's no support, would you keep waiting for support? You need to do it yourself. I went online and I started learning. And that's what kind of changed my trajectory to where I am today, that I'm a clinician, because I would have thought that I would end up being a teacher, a school owner, like education path. But now I am a behavior analyst, a psychologist, doing a PhD in developmental psychology.
Yeah,
That
you can
kind
clap
of-
for her.
yeah.
I like this crowd.
Yeah. So that kind of informed that. And because I know of the struggles, when I work with parents, I see parents. Because it shows differently for everybody.
Absolutely.
And we feel it. We're all in this room together. We're having this experience together. But we all have our individual realities right now.
Yeah.
So it does show with everybody. And when you really see parents, I try to be the support I needed then. That's who I try to be.
Thank you for that.
All right, thank you.
Yeah, yeah. So, Adana, you talked about not having a lack of support. That's when you realized your voice wasn't really as strong. What do you feel like is good school-parent collaboration and support looks like?
Okay, I don't know if I said it, but I'm an special educational teacher.
Okay.
So I've always wanted to be a teacher, so I started as a regular teacher and then eventually merged onto special education because of my daughter. So when it comes to, school and family collaboration, I kind of have both of the two sides. So I try as much not to step on my colleagues' toes, but then I will also share a little bit of a story. Now, a good one and a not so good one. Just to, give practical examples of what a good school and family collaboration is. Now, last 4 years, when my daughter was still in last year of primary school, we met this new teacher, very bubbly, beautiful young lady, and she goes, you know what, I don't believe in ABA. Well, how do you, make your colleague, because she is, understand that that's so unprofessional. But I had to remind myself of, my role as a parent.
Yeah.
And I tried as much as possible not to be too temperamental. So I was like, okay, good. You will eventually, without saying much.
Yeah.
So that's an example of what a bad school and family collaboration would be, because she continued to make assumptions. And then when it was time for me to address the things that I felt were not going the right way, I had to pick at the professional things that were not done according to, the code of conduct of every teacher. Number one, assuming that, okay, if my child was having a tantrum, it was because of puberty. Fine, it may be, but what kind of assessments, what kind of evaluations, what indicators have you, what kind of data? We've been talking about data. Have you collected enough data? So I've had to really, once again, use my voice in times when that collaboration was not possible. But I'm also happy to say that as I speak, for the past 3 years, we've had a fantastic. My daughter reached puberty this year, right? And what I was thinking was going to be a tragedy or something close to that happened with such ease and such beauty, I should say, because that's womanhood. Nothing to be ashamed about. We all have that. Happened because she was prepared to it. We were listened to. What kind of questions as simple as, what kind of pads do you think your daughter would want to use? We had to try. We started in January. Fast forward July. Michelle Amarachi, my daughter, is a woman, finally. Okay?
Yeah.
So, yay! It's possible.
For
it's
sure.
possible,
Absolutely.
but it needs to happen with the willingness to understand, to ask the right questions, to listen above all.
I love that. Thank you so much for that.
Thank you.
So, Camille, I want to come back to you because you also said the lack of support being something that was not given to you. What do you feel like is something that families consistently need but rarely receive?
Understanding. I think that there's so much isolation. You get the diagnosis, and you want to talk to it with someone, but no one really understands what you are going through. They don't make that connection. You
Mhm.
understand? They may tell you, yeah, they said he'll be okay, he'll be fine, and they kind of pat you on the head and send you on your way. But they don't understand that you need someone to be there when the days aren't so great. You know, they need someone to be there when someone put poop on the wall and you're cleaning it with bleach and you're crying about it.
Yeah.
They need someone to be there when your child's run out of the house and you frantically are looking for he or she. You don't need someone saying, what were you doing? No, you need to have them running and looking for that child for
Right.
you. And I think that's the biggest thing. Families need support. They need understanding. And even if you don't have a family member that is on the spectrum, you should be learning so that you can support this community, because these children are part of your community. And if you're really a community member, you will learn about them and you will better support them and their families.
Can I add a follow-up to that? So I heard you give certain examples of what not to say, what sounds judgmental, but can you tell us what is something that people can say, or what did understanding in a practical, with language, sound like?
What do you need?
That's good.
What do you need? What can I do for you? Even if it's, and I know there's some parents right now going through it, even if it's a matter of, I just need you to stand in this room with Toby for 30 minutes while I go in that room over there and shut my eyes. No one asks. They look at us. They see that we're sad. They see that we're depressed. They just feel sad for us, but they don't offer anything to us other than, I'm sorry. Sorry, oh, that's not helpful.
Absolutely. I want to add, sometimes you cannot get understanding if you're not doing the work of building the community of people that are speaking life into you. As you're talking, I'm thinking about my community, my younger sister. Something that she would often tell me when I was going through the thick of it with my son was, you are a great mom. You've done nothing wrong. I think about my church community when I go to a fellowship group and they say, you know, in a spiritual way, I'm a believer, I'm a Christian, and they'll say, you know, God did not make a mistake. You know, you can work through it. So I also think many of you also need to assess who is around me. What are they speaking into me? Are they speaking life so we can get to understanding? But if there are people in your circle, in your situation that are dead set on not understanding, you're not going to access this level of understanding that Camille is talking about. So I want to move forward because, Susie, you said that we should do everything ourselves.
Oh, no.
I'm joking. So I'm thinking about burnout, which is really real for a lot of caregivers. How do you recognize the signs? Because a lot of us do have to do it ourselves, right? How do you recognize the signs? How do you manage it?
Okay, so I'll speak as a parent that's experienced that and what I would advise as a professional as well. So when you really get to know yourself, I tell my children something, my neurotypical children, neurodiverse children, children around me, learn yourself. Know who you are. Why did I react that way? Why does this thing make me feel this way? So when you see that, I found that I love to read. I love to read a lot. I found that I didn't find anything enjoyable to read. At the point nothing was interesting, I knew something was wrong. And it went on to like losing lots, like what's it called, lethargic feeling, like no energy and all that. And I knew that I needed to go refuel myself.
That's good.
Because I know myself. You know, there are certain things that no one can help you do. When I say do it, just do it.
Yes.
You're taking your child around to different, okay, Simone's mom was talking about Simone and gymnastics, and she took Simone everywhere. She wasn't accepted, but there was just that one place that they did not have any experience with such a child, but she's working with them now. That's an example of just do it.
Yeah.
An example of just do it is you going online. I believe in the school of YouTube. There's a lot, there are loads of resources.
Yeah.
You're going online and looking at practical steps. Also putting your self or your child in mind, the individual. We cannot take the individual out of this. In as much as this is collective, we can never take that individual. You learn yourself, know when to take a break, and listen to that. And that's what I'll tell my parents as well.
Yeah.
Listen to yourself, because I mean, if you're not there tomorrow, what happens?
That's true.
Yeah.
So
learn-
your just
so
do
you-
it is simply perseverance, kind of a zest, kind of like a keep going. But when you've known and you see the signs.
Yeah, but when when we use these words, we use be resilient. What does resilience mean? When we say be self-aware, what does self-awareness mean? We're talking about the space between the stimulus and the response. You're thinking of your thinking. That's learning yourself.
Yeah.
So that's really deep, knowing yourself. And
Absolutely.
then you're able to help yourself and
Thank
then
you.
help others as well.
Thank you
Yeah.
for that. So I'm going to move to you, Adana. What do you wish someone had said to you during your hardest season as a parent?
One thing?
Anything you get.
I see you. I want to help you. I'm going to do this for you. How can I help you? What am I going to buy for you? Do you want to sleep in? Do you want to go to the grocery store by yourself? Do you want to enroll your daughter in gymnastics, in swimming? I know this swimming pool. I know this gymnastics center. Oh, soccer. Oh, don't worry. I know this coach, and he specialized with autism. You know, these are the questions I wish someone had asked me. Nevertheless, sometimes they came, but talking about parental support and burnout, have gone through 2 major parental burnout ever since I became a mom. Reason being, there is no support. I learned my way, so I kind of relate to what she was saying about resilience, how to advocate for myself within the 4 walls of my home, whereby we cannot get paid support. Who are the family members who are visiting the home? And if we are no longer there, we'll eventually have to take care of this child. Who are they? Then we train them. There's this free course that you can take. We mentioned Sholape being the trainer, I think, for the WHO training. There is also one from Autism Partnership Foundation that is completely free. Take the course, come back, and come give us some help. So, parental burnout as it is, what were my indicators? What made me understand that there was something wrong? I'm going to be as practical and raw as possible. Not wanting to wake up in the morning, right? You have kids that you need to take to school and struggling, being very irritable, not enjoying the things that you once used to enjoy. I knew that something wasn't just right. I wasn't myself, right? I'm a very bubbly, chatty person, and all of a sudden I was all moody, not wanting to talk to people much. I was invited and I didn't enjoy going to the parties or places I would normally do. So I had to seek help with a therapist, right? So there's no shame in seeking help because you cannot pour from an empty cup.
Yeah.
You know, there's this framework called family quality of life. The autistic individual needs a good quality of life.
Yeah.
But we, the carers, need even, if I should say, more quality of life.
Yeah.
Reason being that we are raising them, and if we are not okay, the well-being of our children is compromised.
It's true. Very true. Thank you for that.
Thank you.
So, yeah. Yay. I love this excitement. So, Camille, I'm going to switch to you a bit. So I'm hearing burnout is a real thing. I'm hearing like we can't pour from the empty cup. What is self-care? Because I don't want to assume that everyone knows. And what do you specifically do to care for yourself as a caregiver?
So for me, self-care is actually, believe it or not, educating yourself on your loved one. So in my organization, we offer free parent training. And people talk about self-care in regards to getting a manicure, getting a massage. But self-care is actually information, knowing why your child does what they do so that you can be responsive to the needs of your child, therefore you're being responsive to the needs of yourself. You know, I learned this by befriending many autistic people. And again, there's many autistic people in this world. I have trainers that are autistic, their parents, And one said to me one day, have you ever asked your son if he wanted to do that? What do you mean? What do I need to ask him for? I'm the mother. No, but did you ask him? Is that something that he prefers? Is that something that he likes? You're telling him what to do, and you're making your life much more difficult than it should be. You're not telling him a story. You're not working with him. So I guess to answer your question, self-care is educating yourself. If you don't know what you're doing, asking for help, and no one knows how to help you, and you can't help yourself, you're not getting very far.
Yeah.
That you can get the life jacket, but you're still gonna end up sliding through the hole in the middle to the bottom of the sea.
We don't want that. I can't swim, so I can't save you.
Can I add to that?
Yeah, absolutely.
So I want to add to what you said, and what came to my head was managing our expectations as caregivers. I think that has a major role to play when it comes to being burnt out, or managing your expectations. I love what she asked you, like, did you ask him? Is that what he wants? You know, a lot of us have those lofty ideas. There's something about ableism. Oh, this child can do it because this child is autistic. They probably have severe kids and they are great at this, whereas they really do hate it. So, and you see that gratification is coming from being a parent. Like, I want to be able to say that my child can do this. My child is great at this. At the end of the day, who needs the validation? Is it you, the parent? And what are your expectations? What is the clear picture of what your child can do?
Yeah, absolutely.
We use a baseline in applied behavior analysis. Baseline is pretty much like the closest, what this child can do without any help. And where's this child? And where do you want to take this child to? You know?
Yeah, absolutely.
Managing expectations.
Something I tell my clients often is self-care requires for you to understand how you feel so you can give yourself what you need, right? When a baby is crying, you don't just walk up to the baby and hand them a bottle automatically. You do a bit of investigation, right? Is their diaper wet? Are they cold? Do they need to, sleep? What's going on? So it's the same way you care for that child, you want to do for yourself. How do I feel? Am I sad? Am I tired? Am I hungry? Or am I frustrated? And then what do I need? Because sometimes we care for ourselves, but we're not paying attention to what is happening and what do we need. Our child is having a temper tantrum and we think the self-care is to just do more work or throw ourselves in it. Sometimes it's taking a step back. So I just wanted to add that bit of token. So moving along here, I guess I'm gonna throw this question to Adana. You talked about having experience working as a special education teacher within the schools, and we want to learn a little bit more about how can we better have collaboration amongst partnerships, such as schools or therapists or so on and so forth. What do you feel like is the thing that built trust for you between you as a parent and the partnership that you're working with, be it a school or some kind of mental health advocate?
Well, I would say effective communication and non-violent communication. In other words, the kind of communication that I think sees me, and also as a teacher, I try as much as possible to speak in a way that is affirming of the other person and truly tries to give me like a systemic view of what that family is going through.
Yeah.
So I would say communication, rather than saying, to be more precise, oh, your child is always moving around in class. I have noticed that your son is good at XYZ, but then he's having issues managing his behavior in class. Is there anything I can do? Same thing, or more or less the same thing, but different manner of approach.
Right.
So I would say communication.
I love that. You guys are listening. I like this. Don't worry, I'm almost finished. So my question to you, Camille, what do you think is something that every professional should remember when working with a parent?
I think that every professional should just be mindful of all of the things we talked about, because there's so many things attached to being a parent of a caregiver of a child on the spectrum. Again, we go through many seasons, like, summer, winter, spring, and fall. And there's so many things that we go through. And I think that oftentimes clinicians aren't really mindful of that, and they don't really take it into serious consideration. And I think that more should ask about the mental well-being of the parents.
Yeah.
I think there's a lot of shame for the parents that they consume, and I just want to throw this in. I think one of the things we didn't talk about as parents is that there's what I call the pity Olympics. Now, what is the pity Olympics? My situation is worse than yours, or yours isn't as bad as mine, and Paye, he's an artist, but mine isn't doing that. And I use this as an example just because I used to sit back and I'd say, at 10 years old, he's gonna be singing, 18, writing a dissertation, but at some point I noticed that he wasn't doing all the things that I wanted him to do. Because we have these dreams, these lofty dreams of what our children will do, and that adds to the depression because we're not realistic. We don't realize that our children are exactly who they're supposed to be. And you Nigerians, you come out the womb and you're gonna be a doctor.
A lawyer
A
or an
lawyer,
engineer.
Lawyer, doctor, lawyer, engineer. But we need to be realistic and we need to accept the people that God has given us. Because God has given us something very special, our precious babies. And we need to nurture them. And we nurture them as they are, not as we want them to be. I just need to say that.
I love that. Okay, Camille, you warming up now. All right. I saw you shaking your head, Susie. Did you want to add to what she was saying?
Well,
Go ahead. We got time.
do we? Okay. Yeah. Well, what were you saying again?
Okay, so you want to listen, see? So she talked about the Pity Olympics, right? That was the original, but the original question I asked her is, what do you think professionals should remember?
I want to add to that. What do you think professionals should always remember? You know, they should always remember that they're dealing with, I would always say this, once you've met one autistic individual, you've actually met just one autistic individual.
Good.
So they should always realize that and take into cognizance that I'm dealing with one human being. I'm dealing with one life. I may have seen all those behaviors, similar behaviors, and I remember Dr. Larry saying that, talking about behaviors and functions of behaviors, a behavior can serve different functions. So you can see a particular behavior and just assume because the last time the child cried because they wanted to escape, and you just assume, oh, they want to escape now. No, may not be. So look at the individual, and then clinicians, practitioners, we should take into cognizance cultural difference. That's very key.
That's huge.
Cultural difference. We come from different cultures. We come from different places. A female child that probably they don't touch, no male is allowed to touch. You as a clinician, you shouldn't just go and start touching that child. That will not be appropriate culturally. So I think we should take note of the cultural
differences,
relevance and the difference. Yeah.
This would be my last question to each of the panel members, and I want all of you to answer this because the thing I want you to leave here with is what?
Hope.
Oh, not you. You gotta get him to
sorry.
answer them. God,
Oh,
man.
sorry.
So with that, what gives each of you hope?
I've seen change, I've seen improvement, I've seen my daughter, be different. So for me, it's those little tiny developments, that's for me. So hope seeing her, become an adult and knowing that we've done everything that needed to be done. Yeah.
Yes, remember I said that we're all having our individual experiences, right? I think that we actually do create our reality. We come from a place of, I am optimistic. No matter what, I just believe that things will get better. And it's what we focus on is what we see. If you focus on positives, you see the positives. That doesn't mean that you're being delusional, not knowing that there are negativities around you. But you focus on your focus. You focus on surrounding yourself with positive-minded parents, that their children are making progress. So, because that's what you want to see around you. So it's very important to be in that space and never, if you're in your head a lot, keep visualizing and keep imagining the good because you're pretty much creating it. So yeah, that could give you hope, and that's what gives me hope. I'm delusional like that.
You, Camille?
Well,
It's on.
I mean, I'm optimistic, and I'm happy to see that the world is being more inclusive. But I really want the parents, if you get any takeaway from this panel, is that I want you to take it easy on yourself. Because if you don't take it easy on yourself, no one is going to take it easy on you. You have to lead by example, starting with yourself. So if I want this inclusive world that I speak of so much, I have to be inclusive. I have to be inclusive. But that means that I have to be mindful of what I need to go on this journey. I need to be mindful of what I need to do to fight and advocate for children, not just my son, but everyone's child. Because at this point, all of your kids are mine.
Yeah.
I love that.
Thank you.
Yes, absolutely. So I lied earlier. There's one more question, but this question is not for the panel, it's for each of you. What I want you to do right now, this is the last one, I promise. I want you to think about what gives you hope, right, in your perspective role, however you're connected to autism or an autistic child or somebody who's neurodivergent, and I want you to share that with somebody next to you, okay? So I want you to think about what gives you hope, give you a second, and then I want you to share. Okay, this is the teacher coming out of me. All right, ready? Go. Some of y'all are not talking. I beg you, please help a sister out talk. $30 more seconds. Some of you are giving dissertations. You're not following the rules. Okay, you can finish those conversations over later. What gives me hope is all of you. What gives me hope is this space, this opportunity, the awareness that's been happening in this space for the past 16 years to know that bigger and better is here right now and is also coming soon. So thank you guys so much for attending this panel. That concludes it.
One more time for Damilola and her lovely panel. If you've stayed till this time, that means you did not eat our lunch and run away. Clap for yourself. But I'm not judging those who had to leave. I know some people live far and have to try and beat traffic and all of that. But thank you so much for staying to this part of the day. We've come to the end of today's session. I think all the sessions have been amazing. Let's put our hands together for all our speakers. I think it's been wonderful. We'll start very early again tomorrow. Big thank you to everyone who has attended and has stayed attentive. There aren't any other announcements to make. We'll just start same time tomorrow. Try and come early. We saw that, I'm sure some of you went through the challenge of getting into this space because we are clearly, the space is clearly not enough for all of us, for all the people that need to come in. So the earlier you make it through, the better. Thank you and see you tomorrow.
Okay, all right.
Let me take a picture. Yes, sir. I have with me someone who's attending the autism conference for the first time, and so I thought it'd be nice to hear her perspective and how what she thinks about day one and the conference so far. So I've got with me Abiola Taiwo.
Yes.
I got that right.
Yes.
So do you want to introduce yourself? Tell us who you are, what you do.
Yeah, hi everyone. My name is Dr. Abiola Taiwo, and I am a licensed clinical psychologist, and I practice in Missouri, USA.
Fantastic. So you're going to have your session tomorrow.
Yes.
Do you want to give us a little hint or of what to expect during your session tomorrow?
Yeah, so a lot of people today have talked about behaviors, and so that's sort of what I'll talk more on, but I really focus on what we can do in the classroom. How can we equip teachers to better prevent behavior problems from happening, so that gives them more time to really teach the skills that we want our children to learn.
Fantastic. So you don't want to miss Dr. Taiwo's session tomorrow. But
such an awesome experience. It was a huge turnout. They're not alone. There are lots of other families here who are also experiencing things that they've been through and who are providing them just like tips and strategies on what can I do moving forward? How can I better support myself, and how can I better support my child? And at the end of the day, I think that's what any parent could ask for.
Absolutely. One of the things I like about this particular conference, the conference this year, is that you're hearing a lot of conversation around adults on the spectrum. In the past, we've touched on it and even had some adults on the spectrum come and speak as well. But a lot of the focus has been early child education, and younger kids. But just final question: what would you say to an adult on the spectrum that might be watching or listening? What would be your word of encouragement to them?
Yeah, I think my word of encouragement would be you are not alone. Yes, you're at a different stage in life where you have to think about finding adult doctors, you have to think about finding a job, you have to think about finding out where you're going to live moving forward. But knowing that you are not alone in this process, there are always people who are there to help. Sometimes it's a little tough finding those people, but as you keep trying, as you keep connecting, you will find someone who will be able to connect you with those services. So really, you are not alone in this process.
Fantastic. Thank you so much, Doctor.
You're very
I should have included the doctor at the beginning. Off camera, I asked her for a name, and she just said Abiola Taiwo. That's why I didn't introduce her as doctor. But I like to give people my next interviewee is someone who's not a doctor, but I always like to include doctor in his name. You meet him now. Thank you so much.
Thank
you so much. All right, thank you so much. Yes, I'm still going to interview you. Don't go too far, better girl. I've kidnapped him. Alrighty. Lights, camera, action. To have Mr. Duyule with us. This is probably, I don't know, 4th or 5th time we're doing this?
Yes.
What keeps you coming year after year?
What keeps me coming is the fact that there's a lot of work to be done, and each year we'll take a small chip out of the big work that needs to get done. So I just want to make sure I'm part of the change that is
fantastic.
Yeah.
I really love that. There's so much work to be done. This really just scratches the surface. What would you say you're hoping we can achieve this year? What's that little chunk that needs to be beating off this year and make you feel like it's been a successful program?
Yeah. So I'm glad that we are now saying acceptance in action. So what I'd like to see from the organizers, GTCO, is what would that action be? We've talked a little bit about the action and some of the things that we need to do differently, and they're very receptive to that in terms of the conference and the consultations that are coming. So I am hopeful that by next year we would have said, oh, look at what we've done, and this is where we're going.
Fantastic, fantastic. Your session today, again, I apologize for, I was one of the people, you did a little exercise that, made people question how they pass judgment. And I failed the exercise woefully because I was passing judgment. But what would you say to people who are watching this at home, who maybe have autistic people or neurodivergent people in their communities and how they're supposed to respond, especially when they see behaviors that they can't fully understand.
So, Camille, in the last session, was saying for her, self-care means getting information for yourself. And I thought that was interesting because if you don't know, then you think you're doing the best, and the best is actually the worst thing ever. In fact, the reason why I became a behavior analyst was that I was working in a group home, and one of the clients beat the crap out of all of us, and we didn't know what to do. So when I met a behavior analyst, the guy would not be there, so we'll call him and say, oh, this guy is doing this, and he will tell us exactly what we did wrong. I'm like, he wasn't even here. How did he know that? Who is he? They said behavior. What is that?
Wow.
And then I started learning. And when I finished my first round of school, 3 years, I knew a whole lot. And then I discovered that I only knew a little. So with every new knowledge I get better, and I do better. And so for people out there, the best way you can go about things is get information and use the information, know what people are doing and why. There's always a why.
There's always a why. So find the why, empower yourself with knowledge,
That's right.
be willing to learn and open to learn. And even after you've learned, just know that you've only just scratched the surface. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Honorary Doctor.
Always a pleasure.
Always a pleasure. Always a pleasure. Thank you so much. All right. So one more. Yes, we're ready. One. Live. I actually thought it was a pre-recording, but this is amazing. We're live. So, hi guys. Thank you for attending day one of the conference. We hope that you enjoyed it. Hope you learned something new. So definitely you'd have seen that on stage. We put Camille on the spot. I'm excited that it's your birthday and we're going to celebrate you. Yeah. And that you're around. Did you? Obviously, you wouldn't have known that they were going to pick the dates around your birthday, right? So it's a nice thing that you're in town for this. I asked Larry a question. I'm going to ask you, why is it important to do this year after year, and why are you here year after year?
I think for me it's important is because I see that more Nigerians are going back to school to get the proper education, not these certificates things, proper education. They're going back to university so they can come back and give back to their communities. And I think the more I bring professionals here that look like them and understand the culture you see, then it'll encourage them to support the community better. I just want, like I said when I was talking earlier, I want to see everyone win. And the only way we can win is if we support one another. And how do you support? You have to have information. You have to have the knowledge to do so. You have to want to do better in order to do so. Right. So I come back because I want everyone to win.
Yeah.
And I come to see you.
Oh, great. I come to see you too, Camille. Now, final question for you, because I know I have to let you go. Yeah. There is so much information out there on the internet, on YouTube. There's AI now. Yeah. I mean, AI wasn't really a big thing this time last year. I mean, it was already a thing, yeah, but now it's crazy. And yeah. I mean, we don't know what AI is going to be like in another year. I'm sure there are probably AI agents that can do the job of a behavior analyst and all of that, right? So in this world where there's just an information overload and there's just so much resource and material, for someone who is looking for answers, where would you recommend is the first place they go?
That's a hard one, and that's one of the reasons why I encourage people to actually get the education, the right education, because there is a lot of misinformation. People can be anything they say they want to be. You know, in the United States, we have a whole doctor that's not really a doctor. You know, I think that one of the things is you look at accredited places for information. There's a lot of universities in the United States that have websites about autism. There's, you know, of course, there's Autism Speaks. There's the Autism Self-Advocacy Network, autistic people advocating for themselves. They have a wonderful website full of information, and it's applicable. It's applicable to everyone. I just think the more we inform ourselves on evidence-based,
Right.
as opposed to what's out there, the better off we are, and the better we can support the community.
Absolutely. Now, I said that was my last question, but permit me to throw in one more, right? I see that we have a lot of experts who have cultural experience that is culturally relevant. Why is that important? Especially, you know, with Nigeria and Africa and our own peculiar cultural nuances.
I mean, because you need someone that knows what you go through in your family. They need to understand the cultural nuances in your family. What it's like to go talk to your auntie, your mom, your dad. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
When you have someone that doesn't look like you telling you something, you don't believe it. You don't take it in. You don't ingest it. You don't, you know. It's like someone gives you stew with no pepper.
You know about that?
Of course I do.
How much pepper do you like in your stew? What's your, on the scale of 1 to 10?
I'm Chinese
What's your
Jamaican,
pepper?
so it's mid.
She's Chinese Jamaican. I knew you were Jamaican, but Chinese.
And Lebanese too, so it's mid. It's mid. It's mid. It's mid.
6 over 10?
It's mid. But that's the thing. You can't eat someone's stew with no pepper, right?
Yeah.
And so if there's no seasoning in it, you won't eat it.
Yep.
And so if I don't understand what it's like to live here in this Nigeria, and I'm telling you, oh, go do this, do that. Why would you listen to me?
Absolutely.
What do I know?
Absolutely. Well, at least we know you like pepper. At least we know.
I'm smarter on things, but not here. I'm not an expert on that.
Camille Proctor, thank you so much. Always a delight.
Good to see you.
All right, guys. See you tomorrow.
Bye.
See you tomorrow. You know the time. We'll be there. God bless.
Bye.